Alrighty, hello everyone. How are we all doing today? I know a Sunday stream, and it's earlier than normal. What's going on? I needed to make up a stream. I was supposed to do it yesterday, and I went to take like a 15-minute nap, and it turned into a much longer nap. You guys know how it goes. After like getting that video edited yesterday, I was just, oh man, I was so tired. But here we are, and I'm following up on my promise to make up for the shorter streams earlier this week. What I'm going to be focusing on today is this particular panel. It's been giving me a lot of trouble, so I really want to just like buckle down and just get it done. And then move on to this other panel here. Or actually I have this flipped, so I'll be working on this panel and then working on this one. And then if I have any like additional free time, I'll be working on the next one. Which is this one right here. So we're gonna see if we can get this one done today. Minus sound effects, of course, because those I usually do later by myself. So, alrighty, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip this, because if you have a, like if you want to draw what you struggle with drawing, like a specific angle, just flip it. There's like no shame in that. Hey! Oh, hey, yeah, it's been doing pretty good. It's number 2 out of 10 in my dashboard, so it's doing pretty good. I'm happy with that. I think it's cool. I've been editing it forever, and like my gain got messed up. Like when I was moving my mic, I must have like tapped it or something. I don't know what I did to it. My gain got messed up. I think that's why it was kind of barky. So hopefully the sound is better now. Like if anyone notices any issue with my sound, like please tell me. I was so mad when I was editing. I went, oh my gosh, my gain is like effed. So I didn't really want to like re-record it, because it was like, it took me like an hour to get that recorded, because I had to start and stop a couple times. So, okay, cool. I wasn't sure, like for me, editing it sounded bad, but again, I don't know if it's like my headset, because my headset is a little weird, but I didn't know, like, I hopefully it wasn't a big deal, and it sounds like it wasn't, so that's good. The next one I've already recorded. I went ahead and like, well actually I might go ahead and re-record that one, because I did record it. I need to go double check and see how the audio on that one is. That one I might need to re-record, but hopefully not. That would suck. Oh, autosave. Come on, autosave. Sorry guys, I've been waiting for it to save. Okay, there it goes. I've been sitting here like waiting for this to finish saving. Alright, so we're going to be working on today, again, like I said, is this particular panel. It's been giving me a lot of trouble. I've redrawn it about 4 or 5 times. Just can't get the panel to look the way that I want. And that happens from time to time. Sometimes just things just don't work out, right? So you just got to be patient with yourself. So the big thing though, the reason why I had to draw this one, redraw it, is it's actually the opposite. So Aros's like longer hair is technically on this side, so I do have to edit that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just redraw the panel, so it'll be more accurate. So yeah, it'd been a little while since I'd like posted like a standard video. I am gonna try to be better about that. I'm gonna try to post other things, mostly like going back and redoing some of my tablet keeps moving. I'm trying to figure out why. Like when I'm drawing on it, it moves. Let me try. I think I know why it's moving now. Yep, the plastic stoppers. Let's see, came off. Here it is, I found it. The plastic stoppers on like the bottom of my tablet came off, so it happens sometimes. Let me get those back on so it'll not move while I'm trying to draw, which is like the most annoying thing ever. When you're trying to draw and your tablet keeps moving on you. Let's see. Like they're losing their sticky. And they come off all the time. Yeah, now it's not gonna move. Yay! Okay. Sorry, my tablet kept moving on me. It's the most annoying thing when you're trying to draw and your stuff's moving on you. Okay. Let's super agitating. I feel like my pen pressure, is my pen pressure okay? Yeah. It's just the brush that I have. Anyway, how are you doing, Dammy? What's up? What's new with you? Clean that up. We're gonna see if I can get this to look the way that I want. I've got some new Adrian Von Ziegler music playing. I went ahead and like added the entire collection to my playlist. So hopefully we'll get more variety in the sound today. Alright, so let's focus on getting the basics in here. This hair. Alright, what I need to remember is his hair is technically flipped. But let's do the symmetrical parts of his face first. And then we'll worry about those. Every time I draw like his face, I try to do it a little bit better than the last time. Which I really think is how it should be. It's how you get better at like drawing your own characters, you know? Alright, so this is the side of his face because I have this flipped. So this would be the short side of his face. Or his hair, I mean. The reason why I'm drawing it with white line art rather than doing it with black line art is I want to make sure that the contrast is going to be fine. Even though I could technically just draw it with like black line art and then like flip it or like use the tool property to change it, I'm not going to do that. I'm trying to like increase my skills in other ways, and so drawing with white would probably be something that I could actually like learn from. So I'm doing it as a learning exercise. If I keep struggling, then I'll change it. Let's see. I just read early Hunter x Hunter, and the composition reminded me of Shonen Jump, feeling like really big, spacious, and on purpose. Yeah, I think that's a Togashi thing. Like, to be honest, I think that's just a Togashi thing, because Yu Yu Hakusho is the same way. Additionally, older mangaka, so there's a couple different, like, in the first video I talked about Sandangumi and Yonnangumi. So just to like a quick refresher, like I'll write this out again. So there's Sandangumi, right, which is the 2x3 panel spread. So basically what Sandangumi means is in your typical manga page, they do 2 panels wide by 3 panels tall. As far as like the basic grid work, all comics and manga have like the most basic grid work. And Sandangumi is like the older version of it. It's what like older mangaka tend to do, or like the traditional mangaka, like Rumiko Takahashi, Togashi, Toriyama probably did this as well. So One Piece actually started that way, and it's like moved over slowly to like Yonnangumi, which is the same thing except it's like 2x4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. So this is yon, which is 4. Nangumi, if I can spell today. This one is traditional. This is like the old school way of doing things. And then this is the it's the other way. I'm so dumb. This is the new way. I can't believe I just got that mixed up. This is the new way. My bad, guys. Sorry. Brains on drawing mode. And then this is the traditional. So, I mean, my point still stands is like, you know, this way when you write it out this way, like it allows for bigger panels, which is like more common in like the newer manga. And then like the Yonnangumi is more traditional, like the old school. And that's because of 4 koma. So if you don't know what 4 koma is, it's also called 4 koma. It's essentially the act of like when you have a page, you have 4 panels on it, and it can either look like this, like when you're reading a book, like they will actually have 2 rows, or it'll be where it's just like 4 tall with like 1 across. So there's 2 different ways to do that. Some will also do it like this, where it's like a square. And then they may have like a comment down here, or they may have like a 5th panel to be like something else. So it all just comes into like the different ways to like panel your manga, right? So this was like the traditional way, and this is more like common, and so like I'm not surprised like to see it in newer stuff, but to see it in something like Hunter x Hunter is really surprising. But I'm not surprised, because Togashi's always been that way. Like, he's always had like the really big panels. That's just something, even in like Yu Yu Hakusho, which is like my favorite manga, and I think it's pretty typical of shonen to like have the really big panels and stuff. I mean, it's pretty common in like shoujo too, but you know, I feel like I see that more. I feel like I see that more in like action-y stuff. I mean, regardless of like which demographic it is, but I feel like I tend to see it more in shonen. Let's see. Hi Sean, what's up? Let's see. I'm at work right now, but the Hopeless Romantics on Twitter. Just wanted to say thank you for the support you've given our comic. Oh, you're very welcome! For sure. I've never really thought about page layouts until I started getting into comics big time. We do a 4-koma style. Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, Watchmen do the 3x3. It's pretty common that like Western Comics does the 3x3 grid. That's like pretty basic. Watchmen really, like, it's super obvious in Watchmen because there's a lot of times where they actually do the 3x3 grid in whatever they're working on. Someone made a vid that One Piece panels are super busy now, but I noticed like 100 characters in a panel a couple of times. I don't read One Piece, so like I can't speak for that. I didn't even finish volume 1 of One Piece. It's not my thing. But I mean, it's 20 years old. I mean, I feel like One Piece is just like a conglomeration of everything, and I feel like it's really hard to judge One Piece just because it's so old in the sense that it's gone through so many changes. I mean, just look at the character art before, like in the beginning, and then look at look at the art now. 1, the art has completely changed. And 2, it's been through like multiple decades. It's probably been through like multiple sets of assistants. It's probably been through like, I would assume, multiple editors. Like, it's going to change over time, and if people don't like it, if they think it's too busy, they should stop reading it. Like, if you don't like how something's being done, just stop reading it instead of complaining about it. That's what I would tell them. Like, if you don't like it, go read something else. That's what I would tell them. It is what it is. You know, you can either sit there and like work with it, or you can, you know, like move on with your life. Instead of hating on One Piece when there's like lots of fans about it, you know what I mean? Like, clearly it's a well-loved manga. I mean, I don't like One Piece. I don't like One Piece. Like, I think the story is really neat, and I think it's basically just like it's sort of like a weird version of like the Journey to the West, basically. For me it's the visuals, but like I think the story is cool. And I like the newer episodes that I saw with like the really cartoony stuff. I didn't like it all. I didn't like that at all. Like, that makes me want to never watch it, because I know once I get to that part, I'm not gonna like it for sure. Like, I don't like the super zany, goofy, like Stretch Armstrong noodle style. It's just not something I'm into. That said, the story sounds interesting. So, if there was like a One Piece novel, I might read that. Imagine how long that book would be, though. Imagine how long. Sorry, guys. I got distracted from drawing and started talking. My bad. But I think it's an interesting story still, based on like what I've heard. I don't know. I don't know if it's my thing, to be completely honest, and I kind of don't want to try now. I'm kind of scared to try now, to be completely honest. Futuristic bikers? I mean, if it's not your thing, like, just move on. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I did. It's not my thing, so I moved on. I see a lot of people that, like, actively, like, hate on a series, and it's like, why would you do that? You know, like, especially, like, I've seen a lot of Berserk hate for, like, obvious reasons. I don't get why you would put so much energy into hating on something. Not that you are, but I've seen people do that with One Piece, and it's like, why would, like, yeah, am I a fan of One Piece? No, but, like, why, I would not invest that much time into hating on something. People are silly. People are silly things. Like, it's like, don't you have a better use of your time? Like, isn't there a better way to be productive? Especially, so, like, there's the whole, like, comics versus manga thing going on right now, because that stupid meme took off again. Like, like, oh, comics versus manga, where to start? I'm like, yeah, sure, like, I put in my 2 cents. And there are people who are like, oh my gosh, like, just Google it, like, Google where you have to start. And I'm like, if I have to Google, like, where to start in a comic series, because the timelines are, like, so convoluted, like, I'm not gonna start reading the series, bruh. Like, I shouldn't have to Google something just to figure out, like, where to start. And the same rule applies to where when people are like, oh, like, don't bother reading, like, these volumes or these chapters of a manga because it, like, the action gets started on, like, chapter 7 or, like, on volume 7. And I'm like, if it can't keep me at the beginning, I'm gonna stop reading. It's, like, literally say, like, both of them, like, both comics and manga have their problems. Like, I don't understand why people are trying to make it a versus thing. It's so goofy. Hi, Miso. Miso! What? Did you want some hugs? Want some hugs, Miso? Sorry, my cat's demanding hugs. And I will give her hugs. Miso. What, Babs? What, Babs? I need to get a Miso cam so they can watch you. I need to get a Miso cam. Stop. Stop it. There you go. Miso, Miso, Miso. Sorry, she's being very, like, pet me, acknowledge me right now. And I'm keen to give that to her. What, Babs? Yeah? You gonna at least say hi to them, Miso? No? She's like, nope, not gonna. Well, Miso, you can't sit on the table. You can't sit on the table, Miso. Sorry, baby, you just can't. Here. There you go. You're being a little demanding today, Babs. Being a little demanding today. Alright, I'm gonna double this up. I'm gonna double this layer up because I don't want to move this one. But I wanna... So what I did is I doubled it up. I turned one of them off, like the original one, where the original one is sitting position-wise. And I'm gonna move this. Alright, baby, I need both hands now, Miso, I'm sorry. I need both hands. Miso, please. You cannot sit on my lap, and you cannot sit on my desk. Miso, Miso, Miso. I know. You just want love-ins. I need to get back to work, baby. Ready? Here we go. Meh. You want to lay on my bag? Will that make you happy? Here you go. Here's my backpack, so you can lay on it. Go ahead, come on. You can lay on my backpack, but you can't have my lap. There you go, baby. Yeah, she's very, like, so here's my cat, if you don't know her. I'm gonna turn the scene on for Miso really quick. So this is my cat, Miso. She's, like, super fluffy, and she's super cuddly, and she likes to be held in one arm doing, like, whatever I'm doing. And I'm trying to, like, I want to get one of those, like, like baby swaddling like cloths so that I can like put her on my back or like on my chest or whatever, so that I don't have to physically hold her. I can just like tie her up, because she does like being like held against me. She's one of those cats. So I'd like to figure out a way that we can compromise, because I feel bad, like, because I work all day, right, and then like I draw all night, and she wants to be acknowledged, she wants to be held. She's a very touchy cat, so I want to work with her on that. I just gotta figure out a way to do it. She just likes being held. I don't want to like ignore her. I just realized like I've never drawn Aros from this angle before, and so like I'm really struggling, yo. Like I was not ready for this. I wasn't ready to draw him from this angle. And like it's not in my ref sheets that I've drawn him from this angle. Aw, damn, you didn't— oh, no worries, bruh. No worries. It happens. I've never actually drawn Aros from this angle before, so I'm not ready for it. That's okay. I'd rather get it over with now and like get the awkward out. This is actually really hard, y'all. Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm gonna stop. And I'm going to bring open his reference sheet, and I'm going to do it over there because I am struggling too much and I would like to have his reference sheet there to help. This is why you should make reference sheets, guys. Like, learn from my mistake here. Like, I didn't take the time to really do a good reference sheet for my character, and now I'm paying the price for that because I'm unprepared to draw this character from this angle. See, everything I have of him is going this way, so what I need to do is I need to make sure I add, let's see, I need to make sure I add something to, like, adjust for that. Because see, he has this, like, hair whip right here, and I don't know how to draw it if he's facing the other direction. Never even crossed my mind to actually go study that. So now I'm paying the price for that, and I have to do it now. Because in this, he's actually going to be facing the other direction. Like, I've never... Yeah, I am sketching. I'm literally sketching right now. That's what this white line is. It's a sketch. Like, that's multiple times, like, I don't go straight to inking. I never do that. That's stupid. That's a stupid thing to do, personally. Unless you're like fucking Kim Jong-gi or something. I am sketching. That's the problem though, is like, I want the reference sheet around me so that I can do it there versus doing it in here. That's all I meant by it. Nah, I don't like Chainsaw Man that much. I mean, I know a lot of people do. I don't care for it. Alright, let's do some light, chill sketching of Aros right here. Alright, so let's do just like a simple profile view. I'm actually going to, let's see here. Are both of these here? What do you— Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You just didn't see it because I had the layer temporarily turned off. Because I had, like, this was the sketch that I was using, and when I did this sketch, I had a mannequin under it, so you just didn't see it. But I did this months ago. So yes, I do use mannequins. You just didn't see it. Right, I'm going to temporarily hide this one here, that way I'll have all of these right next to each other. So I'm gonna temporarily hide these. Get my cord here in the way. Should I make this red? Actually, no, we'll keep it blue. It was fine. I just really... yeah. Let's do a profile view instead of a 3/4. That way I can just see what his face looks like at that angle, because I don't think I've actually done that yet, so let's do that. So here's the half. Yeah, on my streams, I almost never sketch. So I don't sketch in my streams because to me, sketching is something that I don't feel comfortable streaming typically. So that's why you never see me do that, like use mannequins, is because usually I've already done my sketching and I've already cleaned up my artwork. Because when I draw my manga pages, I have 2 stages of sketching. I have like my rough initial draft and then I have my cleanup. And usually the versions that you guys see, like in my sketches as I'm inking, are the cleanups. So you don't usually see them. So like for example, this would be like a rough, for example. This might be a rough. So what I usually do is you know, like I'll just throw in, and again, I'm not used to drawing Aros at this angle, so it's difficult, and that's okay. It's okay to struggle with something. You know, learn from it, be better, like, it's okay to struggle with something. Alright, so his hair comes up. Goes this way. This is usually, I think this should be down a little bit because his head is slightly tilted down. But yeah, I do the mannequin stuff. You don't usually see it. I don't know, sketching feels really intimate to me. Am I, like, is that a me thing? Sketching feels kind of intimate, so I don't usually share that process. Okay, I don't like this one. I don't like where it's going. Right about here. This is hard drawing at this angle. I feel like his face is too wide, so let's condense it a little bit. Got my stupid aspect ratio on. I think what might be a better idea is just move this in a little bit. Actually, let's do this. Actually, let's bring in this too. Should be lined up. Alright, just didn't move it that much, but you know, I feel like that was gonna. I said deselect. I don't know, I don't like Chainsaw Man at all. I can't stand Power at all. I can't stand her. I think it's because she reminds me so much of like my family, and I don't really want to be thinking about my family because a lot of them I've cut off. So I don't want to be thinking about my family when I'm watching manga, so I don't read that one. It's a silly reason, but like I don't want to think about my family watching watching something like that. Plus, I can't stand the corniness. It's just constant horniness. It's so annoying. Like, hey, if you're into that, you know, you do you, boo, but I'm not. I'm just not into that. I find it, frankly, really agitating when, like, manga is, like, constantly about, like, corniness. It's really frustrating. But, you know, like, for some people, that's what they like. So, you know, just not my thing. That's why I don't sit there and, like, talk badly about Chainsaw Man to other people, because it's like, whatever, like, you do you. Like, some people, like, I also have, like, some things that a lot of, like, I like some things a lot of people else don't like. Like, for example, I don't like manga that are, like, escapism, or stories that are about, like, oh, fantasy, and life is really great. I'm reading this manga because my life is terrible, and I don't like reading about sad things, so I just read manga, blah, 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 blah. So, like, I like being challenged. I like reading about sad, dark topics. Some people don't. It's okay. You know, like, you know. Well, not all isekai is about happiness. Like, isekai doesn't necessarily mean escapism. Like, you can go into an isekai and your life can be totally hell and awful and bad. You know, like, Dot Hack, for example. Like, Dot Hack is not necessarily a happy story. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, like, darker parts of, like, the entire Dot Hack franchise. So, you know, it's not necessarily about, oh yay, life is so much better. You know, that's not what all isekai is. Is it most isekai? Yeah, probably. But there are some that are different. That is actually, Escaflowne is actually not one that I've read yet. That's one that I really need to check out. It's been on my list for so long. Sorry guys, I was distracted. Alright, so I'm gonna get a different layer. Okay, so his hair comes like out, and so technically, I mean, his hair would be out in front of him like this. Right, but he's moving forward, so it would be pulled back slightly. So I think it being more like this would be fine if he's like moving forward, maybe. This is probably my biggest weakness here, is keeping characters consistent side to side. That's definitely something that I'm weaker at. I think I have these set up so that they match. No, they don't. So let's see if I could do that. Let's see if I can do that so that I can keep track of where features should be. Just to make my life a little bit easier. So, alright, shoulders, eyes, nose. And this one his head's tilted slightly, so it's not gonna perfectly match up. But let's try lining some of these features up to give myself a hand. Turn that off. So this is a learning process whenever you're working on something. It's not always gonna... Wait, what? Why? Oh, okay, goodness. That's my... Dang it. Bring this on. Sorry, I had a symmetry ruler on that particular layer, so that's what was going on there. I'm gonna temporarily change this. Oh, come on. Thank you for interrupting me, autosave. Let's see if I can match up some of these features. It's gonna be at an angle, so he's a little bit more extreme, and that's okay. That's fine. It's close enough. He's at an angle, so it's a little different. What I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on using this one to help me match, because this one won't really be that helpful. So let me adjust this one here. I'm gonna adjust this so that we can use the forward view to help me match things. So that, I just selected the layer, fam. I mean, it kind of technically is. I mean, how picky do you want to be? Okay, yeah, I definitely got some of his features wrong. That's okay. That's why, his hair would be right there, actually, technically. So his head would be a little bit lower. That's exactly why I'm doing this. See, look how far off I was with this character as far as, like, where his features are. That's why you do this. That is exactly why you do stuff like this. So you get better and you learn. Alright, so let's redo some things. Alright, so you guys' eyes aren't definitely not halfway through. That's okay. Like I said, I'm not perfect. This is why we do this. You know what, let's just start over. Let's not try to fix it, let's just start over. That's okay. It's okay. Alright, so shoulder is going to be here. Jawline's going to be here. Nose is here. His hairline, his actual head is probably in here. So we'll be right about to actually put that in here too. Son of a biscuit. How many times do I have to select the layer that I want? Clip. Alright, and his jaw level's here. Go halfway in, that's where the ear will be. So ear is right here. Oh, his nose is here? What the fuck? Well, nope, that checks out. That checks out actually. Eye level should be here. This goes here. See guys, this is why you're supposed to be drawing things that you're naturally weak at, which is something I've not really been doing for adjusting my skills with drawing characters facing the other direction. That's not something I've really been doing. So, because I just tend to flip the canvas, so this is why we should do this. Actually, I'm going to you know what, I'm going to go ahead and temporarily do that. Just because that's what I'm stronger at, and I have shit to do. So his nose would be here. Half would technically be here instead. Autosave. I can do anatomy, I struggle with certain angles more than others, which is completely normal. Everyone struggles with things. It's something I've neglected doing studies for. One, I hate drawing people. I don't find drawing characters fun. I would rather draw a rock than draw my own characters. I'd rather draw a plant than my own characters. It's something that I've been working to overcome. Not because, like, I feel like I'm gonna draw my characters badly. That's not why I don't like drawing them. I just don't like to. I don't enjoy drawing people. I don't enjoy drawing characters. It doesn't matter if it's an animal character or a human character. I just don't like drawing characters, which is hilarious because I make manga, right? it's like a personal hurdle that like I'm having to overcome and like find a way to make interesting, because that's why one of the reasons why I delayed starting Godsbane for so long is I just don't enjoy drawing characters. Like, I want to tell my story, I just don't find characters fun. I see humans every day. Why the hell would I want to draw them every day? Like, why? I see humans every day. Like, what's the point in drawing them? I can step outside and go see tons of humans. Why would I want to draw them? You know what I mean? Like, that's how my brain sees it. Versus if I draw environments and backgrounds, like I get to like vicariously travel to places that I've never seen before. Because I'm a poor person and can't afford to travel, right? So like, plus I just like drawing backgrounds more. I don't I don't care about drawing furries. A furry's a character. I don't want to draw furries either. Like, I don't care. Like, it's a character. Any kind of character, any kind of animal, boring. Don't want to do it. Boring. So for me, that's one reason why like I've avoided it. Like, I feel like even if I was good at drawing characters, like, I feel like even if I had perfect anatomy, I still wouldn't want to draw them. So it's not a skill issue, I just find them boring. Why would I want to draw characters? Everyone draws characters. Like, I see nothing but characters on my timeline all day long. I want to see something else. You know? Does that make sense? But it is a skill issue to some degree, like, you know, like, I suck at them because I've not been drawing them. So, because I've actively avoided it. So, in some ways it is a skill issue, and I'm willing to admit that. But that's why I've neglected to practice it. It's also why a lot of people suck at backgrounds, is because they don't draw backgrounds. Like, it's literally the exact same way if you turn it. It's the exact same problem if you turn it around. You know, the reason why a lot of people suck at backgrounds is because they don't spend the time to study them, and they don't spend the time to do it. So, yeah, I get a lot of people asking me, like, oh my god, like, how do you draw backgrounds? I'm like, because I do them all the time. Like, the same way when I look at other people and I go, oh my gosh, how do you draw characters? The answer is, oh, well, I draw them all the time. Like, it's literally the exact same thing. So, just the opposite. I'm sure if I drew my characters more, I'd be more comfortable drawing them at any angle. But I just don't. I don't draw them that much. Like, my sketchbooks are full of backgrounds. They're full of environments. Because that's what I like to do, right? Or they're full of, like, mushrooms and rocks and, like, birds. Oh god, I love drawing birds. I think birds are really the only, like, animals, character type things, like, I actually, like, enjoy drawing. Gosh, really struggling today, guys. I didn't do my warm-ups. This is what I get for not doing my warm-ups. Neck is thick. It's okay. We're gonna watch me struggle together. I'm embarrassing myself for you guys. I hope you're happy. Get this freaking like mega mind head going on. See, we all have days, you guys. We all have days. We all have days. Mama told me there'd be days like this where I embarrass myself in front of everybody. I didn't do proper studies. So I think something that might be worth doing for me is to actually set aside that study time to like help me. So like if I had me as a student, what I would tell myself is like, all right, so you need to go spend some time and actually draw your characters. There's like a thing where you have your characters facing like looking up, but it's like straight on, and then like it has like different head views. You guys know what the thing I'm talking about? Like, that's basically what I need to do for my own characters is, whoopsie, I just dropped my mic. I need to go through that kind of exercise and actually just start practicing drawing them at different angles. I feel like that would definitely really help me. So if I were my own student, that's what I would tell me. So I'm gonna do that. Alright, so now that I have that, here's the mask. Here's his brow. Let's drag this off. Here's the shell. Okay. Alright, so let's reflip it. Oh! Wrong way. Alright, so now that I have that, let's dim this a little bit so that I've got my loose sketch in here. Alright, now I'm going to draw just the hair here. So this hair you wouldn't really see that much. You wouldn't see too much of it. You'd probably only see maybe like this much. And then this ends down here. This ends here. And then we have another one right about here, right about eye level. We have this here. This right about, oopsie. Not quite right still. I didn't do this correctly, guys. So I need to go back and fix some things. That's okay. That's what I'm doing. I guess we're just doing studies today, y'all. That's what we're doing today. It's just some studies. Eyes are too high, so let's put that back down. Aros' face is tilted slightly in this one, so I'll give myself some slack there. His ears should be a little higher. So ear level should be right with the middle of the eye. This is why I don't sketch in front of people, because I get really nervous sketching in front of people. I feel like sketching is one of the areas in manga that I'm kind of weaker in, is I tend to like oversketch, and I'll do like multiple like rehashings of the sketch, and that's why I tend not to do it on stream, is it's one of like the weaker areas of drawing black and white that I struggle with. Because I'm not very confident with my sketching, if that makes any sense. So what I'll probably end up doing to try to help myself fix that, because I've had this happen in my life multiple times before, is start sketching in ink again. I've not really been focusing a lot on traditional art lately, and so I feel like it might benefit me to go do that, to start practicing and get over that like sketching fear that I have. And I used to do that all the time. I used to draw in ink all the time. I've not really done it that much lately, like the last 6 months or so. So I probably need to start doing that again to like break the habit of like being afraid while I'm sketching. It happens to me from time to time. Like I forget about drawing traditionally, and I forget to like keep doing it. So that might be, and that's what I have my students do. So like when I used to tutor, I don't tutor anymore, but when I did tutor, I would have my students draw in a sketchbook so that they wouldn't have this problem. And now I'm having the problem that my students used to. So that's really funny that now I'm having about the same problem. Yeah, well, I'm also drawing the side that I'm not used to drawing. Like, I'm intentionally drawing it facing the right, which is the view that I struggle with the most. So I'm intentionally drawing the thing that I'm weakest at, and I'm doing it live, which makes it even scarier. So it's probably just nerves. It's just nerves. I'm not immune from that, even as like a streamer / YouTuber. Like, I'm not immune from getting nervous. Surprise. I'm a human being too. So, and I feel like it's important to admit that, like, if you have something, see, because where I'm not sure about is how a lip like this looks at a different angle. So I feel like what it would, so would it, because it does go up this high, so would it be, let me look for a character that has a similar hairstyle in my art books. I know the perfect character to look at. That would be Alucard. I have the Castlevania art book, so I'm gonna bring up Alucard's reference. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna bring it up on screen so that you guys can see what I see. Let me bring up Alucard's, let's see, Alucard, Castlevania, Netflix, concept art. I'm gonna bring it up on here so you guys can see it too. Because he has a very similar, like, front to his hairstyle, so I want to see how they handle it. See, I need him naturally facing to the right. Let's see. And everything he's facing to the left. I need him facing the other way. I mean, this'll work. This'll work. Where's the concept art? Here we go. Oh, I need it bigger than this. Can I get a bigger version? I didn't think this would be this hard to find. Like, damn. He's all facing the other direction. He's all facing to the left, and I need him facing to the right. And no spoilers on Nocturne. I haven't seen it yet. I'm like waiting till I get my paycheck, and then I'll pay Netflix. Because I don't want to pay them right now. Why is he always facing that direction? I don't want the freaking wiki. Like, give me like the actual character sheet. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Character sheet. I was like, what is this thing called? It's called a character sheet, bruh. That's not Alucard, fam. That's Trevor. Okay, copy. Oh, okay, so that's not a side view. I mean, I can see what they meant, though. I guess, Vlad would also be a good one, because he has a very similar hair structure. So let me do, Vlad. He's got a very similar face structure. Or not face, like, hair structure. Like, his hair is basically the same. Here, concept art, character sheet. I just want, like, a big version of it. Why is it difficult? Okay, is that the actual one? Really? Oh. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, yep, my book looks the same. It's just me, then. Yeah, I find that, like, a lot of character sheets just use 3/4 perspectives, and I want, like, a side view, and those are, for some particular reason, extremely hard to come across. I guess it's just really rare that they use, like, actual, like, side views. I guess that's just rare. Alright, well, I'm just gonna bring this into the thing for you guys. File, clipboard. Okay, so see how, like, his hair has, like, the little loop and, like, it sits out like this? That's what I'm trying to figure out, is, like, how they do it from, like, a side view. That's what I'm trying to figure out. He's got a very similar hairstyle. to Aros. It's not the same, obviously, but it's similar. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is like how do they handle that at a side view? And I actually can't find any images of Vlad or Alucard at a side profile view. I'm not particularly sure why. This is extremely difficult to find. It might just be that they just never draw them at that angle. Which is hilarious because Trevor has a side profile view in his concept art sheet. I mean, he's the main character, so like that kind of makes sense. But it's so frustrating. So I'm just gonna BS it. No, I'm talking about Castlevania. I like Castlevania. I haven't seen Nocturne yet, so no spoilers, please. Okay, so we're gonna do... Okay, so then, let's see. We're gonna do this then. Okay, so they still show it coming back, and then it just goes out like this. And then they just have the hair kind of like... Okay, that makes sense. So then we'll do something similar. It doesn't, I guess it doesn't have to be exact, does it? Aros's hair... Let's see. It's very foofy. Alright, and it does come out below his face there. And then down here, it kind of sits on his shoulder. His draw's a lot softer than a lot of men. For some reason, he just has like a really soft face. And it comes back down here, and then this is armpit level. So this would be down here. One, two. He has 4 of these. 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3. Come on. And then this I would just imagine would be like up top here as well, and then go out this way. There we go. It's looking better. See, sometimes you just gotta do your studies of your own characters. Just gotta do studies of your own characters. Let's fix this part here. But so this does kind of sit here. Maybe it like comes back, maybe. See, it's supposed to come out like this. I feel like his forehead's too big. Let me raise his eyes a little bit. I feel like they need to be a little bit higher. I mean, he does have his eye lowered. Like his brows lowered a little bit. So let's draw that in here. Yeah, I know. There's a really cool, I think it's called DRCL Drackle by, let's see, DRCL. Actually, well, it's technically called this. I think, and it's by Shinichi. If you guys like vampire Dracula stuff, Miyamoto, I think it's vampire. Oh, let me just do the hashtag Draco Shinichi. Where's his last name? Okay, oh, that's the full title. Okay, here's the full title. Here's the full title. And it's by, Shinichi Sakamoto. That's his name. Shinichi Sakamoto. I definitely recommend you guys, check it out. It's really, really good. I flipped through it at the store the other day. By Shinichi Sakamoto? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I spelled his name wrong. Shinichi. There we go. I highly recommend you guys check that manga out. I flipped through it at the store the other day, and it's gorgeous art. Absolutely gorgeous art. Stunning, crazy, like berserk level detail, but so fine and controlled and detailed. It's really, really good. I'm definitely gonna buy it once I have like some extra money in my paycheck. It's not expensive. I'm just a penny pincher when it comes to buying manga. Because, well, I'm just a penny. I'm just like a. Right? Isn't it amazing? Like, check out that book. So beautiful. Everything that mangaka does is like that style. So, like, if you don't know about that mangaka, you need to check out his work. Crazy beautiful work. He has an assload of assistants though. And he uses 3D models in his work. So yeah, check out his stuff. Yeah. Super cool stuff. Alright, so I've got this sketch for like how Aros looks at this angle. Here's his shoulder. Innocence? I don't know what innocence means. Like, what do you mean by innocent? I don't know that. I'm not familiar with that manga name. What's the name of the mangaka? Alright, I'm gonna save this here as Alucard. I need to put Alucard in Aros's PureRef page so I can have them there when I need it. Okay, alright, so now let's take this sketch here. And I will put that in this page on this side so I can have it as a reference. Alright, so now what I will probably do is I would go ahead and turn this off. I'm just going to do white drawing, or I'll do a regular line drawing. I'll get rid of all of these because they're useless layers. Actually, no, wait, no. One of those I needed. This one I don't need. I think this was the one that I drew last time that I tried. Alright, so let's keep this one in here because I liked this one. I did like it. It's just the eyes were wrong. Alright, so let's try to fix the eyes on this one because I think this was a good start. So let me try with this one again. So let's clean up the sketch. Alright, so now let's just try moving this, because I didn't really change that much. So let's try moving this part. Ah, wrong layer. Alright, now let's address some of this. Let's see, I believe Instances is based on the French period piece. I think fairly French executioners. It's mainly silent. In history, accurate. Extremely painterly rendered. Interesting. I don't think I've really seen like a painterly manga before, so I'll definitely look at it. Let's see, Sean. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Sean, right? One thing I wanted to ask you, because I was listening to how you said find drawing characters boring, and I'm generally asking, but do you feel like you're challenging yourself enough when drawing them? No, I'm definitely not challenging myself enough. It's something that it's one of those things where it's like I don't enjoy drawing them that much, and so it's just out of habit I tend to draw things that I enjoy more, and so it's not something that I push myself hard enough. If I were to push myself harder, I would definitely grow more. If I made more time to like sit down and actually do studies, I would definitely grow faster and be more comfortable with, I think. So that's definitely something that, like, as my own illustrator, that's something I need to work on. And it's something that I've known for a really long time. That's something that I need to work on. I just haven't put in the effort for it. And you know, that's definitely the biggest flaw that I have as like an illustrator, I think, is my lack of like character anatomy. The other thing is I feel like I busy myself too much and I don't make time for those things because I'm like, oh, well, I'm too busy. I have to draw manga pages. I have to do this. I have to run errands. I have to go make a YouTube video, or I have to go do this. Like, I don't like make time for those things so that I can become better. So yeah. I definitely agree that it's definitely part of the issue is I'm not challenging myself enough to actually go do those things. Let's see, I haven't read your work yet, but have you tried experimenting with a different style of framing cinematography? Well, I studied animation, so that's something that I've always done, is I've always studied various types of framing and / cinematography. I mean, that was literally like 2 years of my life. that I did, and granted, like, I'm not gonna be able to study everything in that time, but that is something that I'm always checking. In fact, my favorite book I'm gonna recommend to you guys is called Framed Ink. Let me grab a link to you guys, or a link for you guys. Oh, I meant Framed Ink, not framed. Oh. Framed Ink, not framed link. There we go. Framed Ink. I'm gonna like disclaim this just because like I'm not an Amazon affiliate, but I'm gonna drop the Amazon link to you guys. So this book, and there's a whole series. So this is the first book of that series. I would highly recommend you guys check this book out. It's an absolutely amazing book, because what it does is it talks about like making comics, which can include manga. In this particular case, it teaches you cinematography and how to pick out frame by frame by frame, like what type of shots to do in which order, and then how to frame your shots to evoke the certain feeling that you want, and then teaches you like how to stage them in order, specifically how to stage your compositions like panel to panel to panel to get a certain feeling across. So I would definitely recommend checking out that book. I have the entire set in my personal library, and I study from it all the time. When I'm like, I have the books on my desk when I'm doing my own like sketching layouts. So I think it's a very valuable book. The other thing is I would also recommend studying actual cinematography, like watch videos studying or that talk about like how to do shots and understand what is a mid shot, like what is an establishing shot, like what is a Dutch angle, like learn all of those things. That way it can tell you, or it can help you learn, like, okay, this is the feeling I want to come across. How do I set the stage for that? And then additionally, watch storyboarding classes, or watch storyboarding episodes too. Like, you need to, like, basically storyboarding is like film for animation, you know? And, you know, mangaka also storyboard. And if the difference between storyboarding and animation, there's really not that much difference. The difference really is animation tends to use like the same like proportion per like frame, versus comics and manga, they change the proportion of the frame. And so the the setting that you have, like the composition that you have is going to naturally change, and the way you set that composition up is naturally going to change because you're working with a different size panel, a different size frame every single time. So you have to be able to not only understand cinematography and framing and composition and shots, like you have to understand that, but you also have to understand how can I make this work with the constantly changing like proportional frame, meaning like the size of the panel, like how do I make this work while this is also constantly changing. And I feel like that's why comics and manga is so difficult, like because you have to account for that as well, you know. Especially if you're going from horizontal to vertical to vertical to horizontal. Like, I mean, like just in like this page here, I have I have technically 4 vertical panels and 1 horizontal one. So like, how do I keep the flow, you know, looking good to make sure each individual panel looks, here, I'll actually zoom in just a little bit so you guys can actually see the whole page. Like, how do I make a whole page look good at the same time as making sure like the page flows really well? You have to do both. And if you're making like a vertical webtoon, it's a little bit different, but you still have the same things that you have to think about. So I would definitely recommend your artist check out the Framed Ink book. I would recommend him checking out any sort of like storyboarding, like books or videos or storyboarding classes. There's a ton of good classes on this in Skillshare. So that would be what I would recommend. Yeah, it's really good that writers also like learn about cinematography, because there are some artists who don't mind doing all the work, and then there are some artists who want that direction from the writer. So, hi, Ayers. Let me answer your question now. My apologies. I was answering Sean's question first. Do you use reference? Every time, all the time. I always use references. Do I use the right references? Not necessarily. Sometimes when I'm drawing, I go, oh man, like I need a reference for this. So I'll go grab it. And that's why like just now, I don't think you were here for it. I went and grabbed a reference image so that I could draw this. I needed to go grab a reference image to see how a character with a similar hairstyle, how they looked at like a profile view. So you should always have references. And then I also have, let me check here. Let me check something really quick. I've looked at this link multiple times. Why does it keep pinging me in Discord? This is getting really frustrating. Oh, it's in everyone. That's why I got pinged. I was gonna say, like, I have streamer mode on and I still got pinged. Anyway, so I'll show you guys PureRef. I'll show you guys what I used when I was like doing the design for my characters. But I also have like I have an entire folder of poses. I have an entire folder on my computer of like manga that I find inspiring, that if I don't feel like drawing my own manga and I want to do a study, I'll go trace that manga artwork and do it as like a master copy, basically. But I'll trace over it, and the reason why I trace it, so for example, one of the pages that I've done a study for, I'll actually just open this manga page just to show you one of the pages that I've studied. Because I feel like this is really, really important to do, and too many people stigmatize this like process, which I don't understand why. Let me find the page that I did. It's a double page spread and I have it separate, so I'll open up the main one that I did the study for. So for example, this is a page that I did a master study for. I wanted to figure out like how they were doing the trees, like to see how it actually felt. So what I did is I opened this page, hi Lunary, I opened this page and I basically just traced it. Like that's what I did. I traced it because I wanted, just as a study process, because I wanted to learn like Like, how are they doing the vines? How are they doing this? How are they doing that? And then, like, can I replicate the effect in the back? You know, like, those types of things are really important to, like, learn to, like, study from, and figure out how they're being done so that way you can figure out ways to do it too. Where's the other one that I did a study of? Let me find it. That wasn't the Yashahime page, it was a different page. Ah, nope, that's not it. Sorry guys, I clicked on the wrong button. Here, this one. So you guys might recognize this from what I just did in my video. So what I did is I used this one to practice, like, how do I do this hair shine? How do I do, like, the environments, like, back here? How do I do this bush texture? How do I do, like, these leaves? Like, basically, how do I do these things? And so by going in and actually, like, tracing over it, like, literally just tracing over it, I can get a feel for, like, how are these lines actually done? And what I can do is I can also do under sketches. Like, if I wanted to, I could go to this page right here, for example. Let me actually grab a different color here, you guys can see what I'm doing. What I could do is I could come here and I could say, okay, like, here's, like, let me actually draw this out and, like, actually see, like, how are they structuring their character anatomy? Where are his shoulders here? So, like, here's his collarbone, here's his neck right here. So, like, how do they actually structure this? Here's his chest. How do they structure this and just, like, basically, like, deconstruct the page as a learning process? And also, like, how can I replicate the texture that's in here? And, like, what I found works easiest for me is if I do something like this, I can grab one of these, like, Fude brushes, and I can go in, do clear, make this smaller, and I can go in like this, and I can help create that texture. Right, oopsie, I meant red. I can go in and I can create that sort of, like, highlight thing, you know. So there's different ways to go in and learn these techniques by going in and copying them. Also, like, one of the bigger things that I noticed, like, when I was doing these studies, is a lot of these mangaka, they tend to have, like, really thicker lines on the outside. You can really see it here. They have this, like, really, like, thick line on the outside, and they have these thinner lines on the inside. Same thing here, like, really nice big thicker lines, and then thinner lines on the inside. You can also see it here, where, like, on the outside, like, sometimes they'll, like, right here you can see it, right here you can see it. When they have certain intersections, they tend to thicken up the liner so that it's easy to see, like, which part of that stands out, to see which part of that is the most forward, you know, when you have, like, overlapping things. So by, like, just tracing over, like, other manga pages as a study exercise, not to use as your official art, but using it as a study exercise, you can learn a lot. Especially if you really, really love, like, a specific mangaka. Like, but the thing you have to be careful of, and I ran into this problem, I did a lot of Inuyasha page studies, because I draw much more detailed in the Inuyasha manga, and so, like, the problem that I ended up having was I had too much influence from Rumiko Takashi's pages, because I studied them so much. And so you have to be really careful, like, study a wide variety of people, like, don't get comfortable being like, oh, I'm going to draw exactly like this person, because that's not the goal of the exercise. The goal of the exercise is to learn different techniques by, like, trying to copy someone else's work or trace someone else's work, and then, like, incorporate it into your own, like, bucket of tools, if you want to call it that. So yeah. Yeah, that's what I did for a while when I was, like, trying to learn how to draw manga, is I just literally traced other people's work to study from. I just traced other people's work to study. Like, that was my exercise, you know? And then once I got more comfortable with it, then I would try to copy it. Like, I would look at it, and so, like, here's the original here, and then I would copy it over here. Basically, I would just try to copy it over. Versus tracing it, which is very different. Like, tracing something is very different than copying something. It's a very different brain exercise. And then, you know, now I just have other people's manga up if I have like a specific technique I'm trying to do, or if I have like a specific angle I'm trying to get at, I'll always have a reference up. Or I'll have like a visual like mood board for like that particular thing. If I feel like I need a bunch of references, I'll just make a quick mood board for it. So so when I went to get feedback from Viz Media at the portfolio review, that was the thing that they told me, is like my manga, like my art style, specifically the characters, looked too much like Inuyasha and like Rumiko Takahashi's style in general. So it was something I hadn't really noticed until like it was pointed out to me. Like people would say, "Oh, your work looks, you know, like it reminds me of Inuyasha," and like reminding you of Inuyasha versus like it looks like your influence is too much from Inuyasha, like is slightly different. And hearing that from Julia, which was the Viz Originals editor that I spoke to, and Sasaki Hisashi, like hearing that from like those two people was like, oh shoot, like I need to make sure like I'm being more unique with my stuff. so I had to change my art style too, which is hard. It's hard to like intentionally change your art style because like you're used to drawing how you're used to drawing. So what I've done now to correct that is I always have, like, I'm trying to avoid having Rumiko Takahashi's work as reference unless I'm referencing something like a background or like a shading technique or some, you know, something like that that's not like a character's face. So I've changed which references I've used to like avoid that habit now. And I don't study her work anymore. I do like other studies. Specifically, like, Togashi. I do lots of Yu Yu Hakusho studies. I do a lot of Berserk studies. Who's the other Hiroyuki Takei, Shaman King. I do a lot of studies from his mangas as well. So, yeah. Sorry, guys, I got distracted. I got distracted again. Foiled again! Yeah, Shaman King. I love Shaman King. It's really sad that he feels like people don't think his manga is good. Like, he doesn't feel like it, like, he doesn't think that people think his manga is worth it. And that's so sad. Honestly. Why is this manga a different color? Like, why is this flipped that way? Oh, because of the hair. Dang. Alright, let me merge these. And then put it to monochrome. Be careful, they might go for a mangaka sketching hand if you get too close. Well, so, okay. Like, I don't know. I'm not too worried about it, honestly. Like, I'm glad that I was told that I look too much like someone else, because then my work's not unique. And, like, I see a lot of people submitting stuff to Manga Plus that just looks like a style ripoff of someone else. Or, if it's not intentional, it looks too much like, hi Miso. It looks too much like someone else. You know, like, I think we all know who, like, an example, and I don't think they're doing that intentionally or, like, maliciously, like, ha ha ha, I'm gonna draw just like this mangaka because that means I'm gonna be more popular. It could be that they just love that art style. You know, like, there's a couple, actually, well, now that I think about it, almost every manga that's, like, published on Manga Plus, you know, like, that wins and then gets published, everyone, like, in the comments just goes, oh, this is just a ripoff of blank. Or this looks just like blank. Or so-and-so is just copying panels from blank. Like, in almost every series, there's people that complain about that. And it's so, like, that's why it's so important that, like, you need to be as unique as you can. And, like, not be too dependent on, like, your references. It's like, yes, you want to have your references, but you don't want to be, like, dependent on them. You know what I mean? But the short answer is yes, I always have references. Let's see. No one talks about Shaman King? Oh, I love Shaman King. I have books, I have the Omni editions. I have the Omni editions for volumes 1 through 9 sitting on my bookshelf. I love them. Alright, I'm actually gonna redraw this. Because I feel like I can do it better. Sorry guys, got really quiet there for a second. If I tutored him, dude, I highly doubt he wants anything to do with me. He probably doesn't even know who I am. Like, I don't know if there's anything I can teach him, to be completely honest. Like, I don't think I have anything to offer him as far as, like, you know, plus I don't know, like I really struggle with DD Mark in the sense that, like, it sounds like he doesn't want to be a professional, and sounds like he, like, I'm torn, because, like, sometimes it sounds like he's taking it seriously, and sometimes it sounds like he's just, like, doing it for fun, which either one's perfectly fine, but, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, if he wanted to know something, I'd be cool sitting down with him, but he probably doesn't even know who I am. And I don't even know, like, I mean, I don't know him, so I don't know what he knows. You know, I'm sure everything that I talk about, you know, he knows, so. I don't know. I don't talk to him. I've commented on his stuff a few times, but he never, I don't want to say, well, okay, that's not true. It's not that he never replies to me. He says that he only follows people that he, like, wants to learn from, or that, like, he thinks are as good as him. Like, he said that before. So the fact that I've talked to him and he doesn't follow me tells me he probably doesn't think I'm worth his time. So, like, just from that comment that he made from, like, forever ago. So, I don't know. And that's fine. Like, he has the right to choose who he talks to. So, he doesn't, like, hurt my feelings or anything. But yeah, I doubt he knows who I am. He probably wouldn't even care either way. Because, like, he has a finished manga out and I don't. That's not what I heard in a live stream. That's not what I heard. Like, that is not what I heard in a live stream with, so, like, someone forever ago. He's like, I don't want to be a professional. Like, he doesn't want to be published. Like, does he want to be, like, indie? Like, Dojin Cup? Maybe. You know, I don't know what he wants. I've heard too many different things from him. Like, if he wanted to talk to me, cool. I would be happy to sit down with him and just chat. You know, if he wants that. I'd be cool with that. You know, I'm sure I could learn something from him too, which would be super cool. You know, clearly he has something that people like. Like, his panels are extremely dynamic. He has so much energy in his artwork. It seems like he works really, really quickly. So, like, there is something there, right? He definitely has that potential. I don't know what he wants. Like, and honestly, like, sometimes he gets a little... Sometimes the things that he says, I feel like, are a little uncalled for. But, you know, he's very outspoken, and I'm not. I tend to be more reserved in what I say. Just naturally. Where I can understand, like, why he does what he does. So... I think the whole thing with Saturday really made it, like, had an impact on him in, like, both positive and negative ways. And I just hope he figures out what he wants and he can accomplish those goals. You know, I feel like a lot of people look up to him, and that's a lot of power to wield. And so I just hope he can figure out what it is that he wants and meet his goals. So that's ultimately what's most important. You know, it's not me being noticed by people, it's making sure that, like, anyone, like, making sure I'm open so that if people want to talk to me, I can talk to them, and I will. But I'm not gonna sit here and go, oh my god, senpai, notice me, please. Like, I'm not one of those people. If you ever wanted to chat, I'd be down. Just DM me. Just DM me, bro. We can chat anytime. It's not emotional anime music, actually. It is emotional. It's called Grief by Adrian von Ziegler. I'll give you the name. So it's Grief by Adrian. Is it Ziegler? I need to learn how to pronounce this dude's name because I'm probably embarrassing him. It's the name of it's from the complete discography, which is what I have. Oh, hi, Miso. What? You want to sit up here on the desk? Alright. There you go. There you go, Babs. So, okay, so basically, like, I'm gonna talk about this once, because I do not want to get involved in this drama, because it's ridiculous. Basically, my understanding, I'm an outsider, okay? My understanding is that he and Frederick, is it Frederick or Frederick? I'm not sure. He and Fred, I'm just gonna call him Fred. He and Fred supposedly co-wrote, Metal Souls together. And when he put it on, Manga Plus, it won an award. And it was going to be published on Manga Plus. And he got paid for it. And then Fred was like, wait a minute, you don't have the rights to do that. You can't do that. Like, because I co-wrote it, so, like, I would have to prove too, like, or, like, where's my share of the money? Like, that was my understanding of where the problem was. And so there was a disagreement about the rights. That does not mean that he got screwed over. That doesn't mean that Fred screwed over, because I don't know if there's, like, a determination that was ever made. I don't know if there was, like, this is what we've decided, like, this is the settlement. Like, I haven't heard, like, what exactly happened from that. That's just what I've heard, like, started the whole problem. And then that started the, like, Monitor Twitter thread. Like, Monitor also was with Saturday at one point, where, like, it started that thread where, like, artists came out against Saturday. Do I know, like, what of that is factually true or not? No. I'm not involved with Saturday. I don't have any right to speak on that matter as far as, like, what's right, what's not right. That's not my place. But that's just like what I've heard. Like that's like I've seen the thread and I've read the thread and I've talked about the thread to other people, like trying to figure out like what's going on and like watch the drama. And frankly, like I'm really disappointed at how Saturday handled it. I've seen the thread where the editor, PR person Jackie spoke out, and I was really disappointed in that behavior. Like, you know, but Monitor and some of the other mangaka, like, that have been reading that thread also have not been, like, speaking very well of each other either. It's a complete mess. Both parties are acting like children about it, and none of this should have been made public. It all should have been handled privately behind doors, and not made to be, like, a drama show. Basically, it's like my opinion on the matter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is he supposedly didn't have the rights to post it there. Because if it was co-owned by, like, when you post something on Manga Plus, you're supposed to own, like, you're supposed to have the rights to be able to do so. And if Fred also had rights, now I'm saying if because I don't know the answer, if Fred also had rights to Middle Souls, then he shouldn't have posted it to Manga Plus. Period. Like, he should have consulted Fred about it first. And that's if Fred does actually have rights to it. But I don't know the answer. Like, I don't know if he does or not. So I'm not gonna say he did or he didn't because I don't know. Like, I wasn't there when they made the contract. I wasn't there for the making of Middle Souls, so I can't speak on it. That's my guess on, like, what the situation's about. Based on, like, what I've seen on Twitter, so. I'm not gonna speak on who I think is right or wrong. That's not my business. It's not my place to do so. So I'm not gonna speak on that if that's what you guys are after. I think they're all acting like children, personally. Especially with some of the tweets that Saturday retweeted and like some of the stuff put out by their team and some of the mangaka that are publishing with them. I think they all acted like children, both sides. I feel like we shouldn't be talking about rumors. I heard. Like, those could be rumors, and that's not something we ever really want to be talking about. Or like spreading misinformation or stuff like, oh, I heard this, I heard that. Like, I feel like it's, I mean, I know I just said that a bunch, but I feel like this isn't, like, I don't want to be talking about this here because it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect us. Because, like, that's their business. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like what Saturday does has zero impact on me. Like, what DD Mark does has zero impact on me. I don't care. Like, he has his life, I have mine. Like, maybe someday we could be friends or colleagues. Cool. If it doesn't happen, that's okay too. Like, I'm not gonna cry because I'm not friends with DD Mark. Or because he doesn't know who I is. Or even, like, White. Or, like, the Saigami mangaka. Or Monitor. Like, I don't care if, like, they know what I think about it. Because I'm nobody to them. You know, I'm not involved in the situation. I've never been involved with Saturday. I have friends who work with Saturday. I have one friend who's published by Saturday. Actually, no, I have two. I have two friends who are published by Saturday. And I have one friend who's also an assistant for White. So, like, it's not my business to be passing judgment on the situation. You know what I mean? Exactly. It's like high school. Exactly, yeah. I let them do their thing. Like, they can go talk about it, whatever. Like, will I talk with certain friends about it? Be like, wow, like, this is really shocking. And that's mostly what I've talked about is people's behavior. Not necessarily picking sides. Like, there are some artists, I am absolutely disgusted by the way that they've handled the situation, and I've unfollowed them, and I don't support them anymore. I'm just really disappointed in them, because I thought they were better than that. And then there are some people where I'm like, wow, like, I really misunderstood this person. You know what I mean? Like, sorry guys, I got distracted drawing. Yeah. It's a really sad situation, and it didn't have to turn out this way, but it did. So, it's kind of sucky. I just hope everyone can come to a resolution, like kiss and make up. We don't need that kind of drama, like, in our community. Like, there's already so much division in indie comics and indie manga in general. We don't need something as stupid as this to be causing more division. That's not what good leadership does. And good leadership sure as hell does not retweet something that talks about them being, like, crybabies. You know, like, that was an extremely inappropriate tweet for Saturday to retweet. You know, like, yeah. The PR for the whole situation has been an absolute trash dumpster fire. So, hopefully people will chill the frick out and get back to work. I don't know who Kulin is, but okay. I don't think that kind of stuff is funny. It's not. I don't think that kind of stuff is funny. Like, when you have that kind of fighting within the community, that's not funny. It's not funny. The reason why it's not funny is because that divides our community. Like, like, sure, there's gonna be fights and there's gonna be conflicts among people. And there's gonna be divisions and there are gonna be people who were friends that aren't friends anymore. But, like, encouraging that kind of behavior by, like, becoming vultures and watching it and, like, that kind of stuff. Like, did I share some of those things with, like, some of my friends? Yes, I did. And I'm embarrassed that I did because that doesn't help the situation. And that's not the appropriate behavior. Like, you know, like, causing more problems and spreading rumors and, oh, so-and-so said this and so-and-so said that. All that does is create further divide within the community. Like, that's not a good way to handle those things. You know? Like if you, I don't know, maybe that's, like, the community manager in me, like, thinking about it, but I don't think that's a good way to handle that kind of situation, is by furthering the spread of drama. Like, that our industry has no place for that bullshit. Because we all have stuff to do, and the industry is incredibly small. People don't realize how small this industry really is. And if, like, you mess up, and you start talking crap about people, so they're gonna find out eventually. Like, they may be your boss one day. They may be the person who decides if you get to work on something one day. You know, I've certainly had that happen in my career. Like, I've run into people where they treated me really badly before, and now all of a sudden they want to work with me, and I'm like, fuck no. Go away. Like, I had someone who, like, mocked me, who was part of Comicsgate. Like, I hate bringing them into this, but I'm going to, as, like, an example. And they mocked me, like, in a conversation one time, because I have pronouns in my bio, and I'm non-binary. And then a couple months later, I got a DM from them. Hey, I really like your work. Are you open for commissions? And, oh no, sorry dude, like, I'm so busy, like, I can't, man, I'm so sorry. And, like, inside I'm thinking, there is no fucking way in hell you could pay me enough money to work with you. You could pay me $1 million for a volume, and I would never, ever work with you. Never. Because you're Comicsgate. And you hate people like me. Like, fuck you. Go away. You know? So, you know, like, you know, he wanted to work with me. He liked my work, but he hated who I was, like, a couple months ago. And I've certainly made mistakes. I've said bad things. You know? Like, I'm not a perfect person. I've said questionable stuff. Like, it is what it is. You know, like, I've apologized for it. I've reached out to those people, and I've grown and become a better person. You know? Will that affect me in the future? Maybe. I don't know. It depends on if I am ever put in a point where I need to work with that person. So, like, you always have to be careful, like, what you talk about, because it can and probably will eventually come back to haunt you. Like, I don't think it's that hard to be a mature adult. Well, I guess look at Twitter, so. It's basically Gamergate for comics. basically. It's the whole idea, basically, it, like, to summarize it really simply, like, and without, like, making, like, passing judgment on them, I'm saying this as neutrally as possible. Like, essentially, it's the idea that comic book companies are pandering to certain groups to be able to sell books. And they're not doing it because, like, they generally want to make good books. They're doing it just to be able to sell and pander, is the idea. And it could be anything from changing characters' races to, like, making them gay or bisexual when they were originally straight for so long. Like, it's that kind of thing. And, you know, they think that it's mostly, like, aimed at the mainstream, are, like, ruining comic books. Is it true? I don't know. Maybe there is some truth to it. I don't know. I don't read mainstream books, so I can't speak on them. I don't read Marvel. I don't read DC. So, like, I can't really pass judgment on that. But there are a lot of people where there's a lot of times where I've been just chilling, having a good conversation with someone, and then all of a sudden they, like, openly start mocking me because I have pronouns in my bio because I'm a non-binary person. And, like, all of a sudden my entire opinion and my thoughts and my, like, my knowledge is dismissed for that sole reason, which I think is fucking stupid. You know, like, I've run into a couple people like that, and it's really depressing when that happens. But you know what? You know what I do? Block. Simple. Move on with my life. Because I don't want to interact with that particular person. I don't have to give that person my time. I'm not obligated to listen to that person. I get to control who comes into my little space. So, like, it's that simple. Like, it will either, like, mute. Sometimes mute. I try to just mute people rather than block people because blocking is very extreme. So, like, I either just mute or block and move on with my life. It's really that simple. You know. I feel like also part of the problem is we don't have doujinshi circles here. In Japan, like, circles are a thing, and here in the West, we don't have that. I think part of it is also that we're so divided physically, like, where we are as well. Like, the Western, there's, like, Japan, you know, like, doujinka and the circles and all that, like, they have that there. And, like, Japan is a relatively small country, and it's relatively easy to navigate anywhere you need to. Like, so there's that aspect. And a lot of mangaka start really young. Like, they start in high school, like, being an assistant for another mangaka, right? And so they learn, they're working on their own manga, they're getting training, like, on the job. And then versus here in the United States, we don't have access to that. We don't have access to becoming an assistant in high school. We don't have access to, one, learning Japanese easily so that we can actually, like, get into that system. Also, Americans and a lot of Western countries can't get working visas in Japan. You know, we actually have, or we can't get, working holiday visas for Japan. So, like, if I wanted to go to Japan to work, I'd have to have an actual working visa. I can't do a working holiday visa. Other countries like Australia and the UK, and, like, France and Germany, like, those countries can go to Japan on a working holiday visa. Americans can't. And I'm speaking only for Americans. Like, I'm not sure how the, like, manga, like, scene is in Europe. I'm not European. But yeah, so, but, like, in general, we don't have the extreme, like, interconnection that Japan does. As far as, like, supporting each other, you know, there's also, like, the social nets. Like, in the US, for example, like, you have to be working a job or pay for your own private insurance. Like, in other countries, you just pay your taxes and you get health insurance is the way that I understand it, unless that country also has private healthcare. So, like, but they have social safety nets to, like, help people, like, make it easier to strike it on your own. They also have manga ateliers where you go and you can, like, train and learn. And, like, they'll help you find, like, assistant work, and they'll help you make your debut. We don't have that here. Like, even in Western comics, we don't have anything even remotely similar to that. The only way you can really learn comics here is you either pay to go to an art school, you pay to go to a place like the Center for Cartoon Studies up in Vermont, or you pay to go to the Kubert School in the Carolinas. Like, that is your option here. Or you self-study when you have time. After working your job or going to school or jobs or, you know, both maybe. Like, we don't have that system here. And so we're all extremely isolated from each other. And for me, like, the nearest convention that's actually worth going to is like 9 hours away. 9 hours by car. That's like $500 in gas just to get to the convention. Like, and home, basically. Like, that's easily $500. And then there's paying for the hotel room, there's paying for the booth, there's paying for to get my merch going. Like, I have to pay for all of that stuff. Then there's the ticket itself to get into the convention, or the table, or sometimes some conventions are requiring both now. So, like, it's really, really hard for me to, like, go to a convention and actually participate, unless like, I go on behalf of Global Comics, but then I'm there to work. I'm not there to be at my own table, my own booth. I'm there to do Global Comics stuff. You know what I mean? So, like, it's not that simple for us to, like, just jump into the industry. You know, like... Yeah, that's the other thing, is, like, even if you live near a bunch of conventions, that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, so, like, it's not as easy as people make it out to be to just, like, jump into manga. I'm not saying that people make it out to be easy, I'm just saying that it's harder than it really looks. And I wish people would stop trying to make it look easy, and I wish people would stop fighting with each other, honestly. Like, I don't want to be that, like, toxic positivity person, but goddamn, I'm so tired of this stupid drama between people. There was a space that I was in earlier this year where people were literally insulting each other and asking if they needed their diapers changed and needed nappies. Like, 2 grown men screaming at each other like that in front of everyone in a Twitter space. Like, holy fucking shit. It was a fucking joke. Whoops. Yeah, there's definitely positives and negatives to, like, living in the States, but one of them is that we're so closed off from each other. And that makes it really hard to, like, grow as, like, a network. No, you don't wish you were there. It was one of the most stressful things that I've probably ever been through, honestly, as far as, like, in a social atmosphere. Like, there was literally, like, 80 something people there listening, and, like, I got so angry that I actually started screaming at people. Like, I actually was asked to speak, to talk about, like, my experiences with these 2 particular people that were fighting, and I was like, why? Like, I literally was yelling at, like, I don't raise my voice to people. Like, I raised my voice and was, like, screaming at them, like, you guys are looking fucking stupid. Like, you guys are both a joke, you're both acting like children. And, like, after that, I just, like, stopped talking to both of them. I was all insulted, almost. Yeah, because, like, one of them, I really like their work. Like, I think their comics are fantastic. Like, but, like, I'm not gonna support that behavior. You know, like, I don't want to be around the person that will talk like that to another human being in front of everybody. Because, like, if they do that in public, what do they do privately? You know what I mean? Well, I don't think it's necessarily, like with advertising is trying to separate people who are generally... Okay, so that's actually easy to do. Like, you just look at your target demographics. Like, what is your target demographic and what is your primary demographic? And you always have multiple demographics. And so you have demographics and you have psychographics, right? So, like, your psychographic, you know, so demographics are things like age, race, gender, you know, sex, income, in some ways political affiliation, What languages do you speak? You know, those sorts of things. Like, what is your socio-economical position in society? And then you have things called psychographics, which are slightly different. Just kidding, they're really different. Psychographics are what makes you unique as a person. What are your goals? What are your dreams? What are your, like, what are your hobbies? Those sorts of things. Like, what makes you different from everybody else? And understanding that will help you identify who your audience most likely is. And it's hard to tell. You may have multiple audiences. And so by understanding things like target demographics and target psychographics, you need both, you can understand who your audience most likely is, and then you can target marketing directly to those people as accurately as you possibly can, and then you can judge from the results. Okay, like what, like if your marketing campaign goes really, really well, congratulations. Like, what worked about it? How can you replicate it, and how can you amplify that so that you grow even faster? Right? And if it doesn't work, okay, what did I do wrong? Is this the wrong demographic? Is this the wrong psychographic? Am I advertising in the wrong way? How am I phrasing it? Like, how can I reach these people better? Like, do I know I have the right people? Is my wording weird? Is my message wrong? You know, like, that's, like, marketing is a trial and error process, just like drawing is. It's an art, just like drawing is. So that's why I tell people, like, marketing is a full-time job, and if you want to become a professional, you have to be willing to engage with it. You have to be willing to do those things. If you don't, you're not gonna grow, period. Or you're not gonna grow as fast as you want. Likely some version of both. And, like, I hate talking about that, but that's, like, or meaning, like, I hate sounding like a downer, but, like, you have to be willing to play the game. That's just the reality of the situation. And no one likes me saying that, but that's just what it is. Or, like, people will market, like, oh, here's another thing that really gets me. Like, like, when they promote on Twitter, they just dump all of their links in a single post. And that's wrong for two reasons. One, the more links you post, the more Twitter's gonna fucking bury you in the algorithm, unless you have, like, loads of followers. Two, that makes your link unshareable for those platforms, because most platforms don't want to share, like, a post that links to a competitor. So, like, don't do that. Like, post as an image, and then add, add a link in each individual reply afterwards, starting with your primary place, where do you mostly post, what is your primary platform, and then go down from there. Because guess what? Each one of those is an extra chance for being seen. Each one of those is shareable by the platform that you're posting, and tag the platform. Like, tag the platform every single time. No, have zero shame. Because they have so many accounts that probably tag them, like, eventually you may get seen, eventually you may get a like, eventually you may get a retweet, eventually you may get a comment. Like, have zero shame in promoting your stuff. Zero shame. Like, don't link to your Tapas, like, webtoons, like, Drunk Duck or whatever. Like, don't link to all of them in one post. That's dumb. Don't do that. And have, for the love of God, if the platform allows you to add your socials on their platform, add your socials on their platform. That helps them find you on social media. If they want to retweet you, or if they want to boost you, or they want to feature you, like, do that. Like, I'm glad. Cool. I'm super glad that it's been really, really awesome for you. Let's see here. That's with advertising. I followed this one guy from Germany who built a whole community of yes men and for genuine criticism. See, what I do is I go to people who are not my friends to get feedback. I go to the places that often are, like, the scariest for feedback, and I put myself there, and I'm like, okay, like, give me feedback, please. Finding demographics is easy, I think. Like, okay, so I guess I could show you guys the process, but maybe I'll do it another time. Finding demographics is relatively easy. Finding the correct demographics and figuring out what your true demographics are, like, estimating your demographics is easy, is more what I should say. Estimating them is easy. Like, but figuring out is it your true demographic is it's a little harder, and that's why it helps to like have a place with analytics. So what I do to figure out my demographics is I look at my average age and gender on all of the platforms that I possibly can. So for example, on Instagram, on YouTube, like they offer that information, right? So it's a rough guess. Plus I make manga, right? Like demographics are built into the manga system, right? Shonen is a demographic. Seinen is a demographic. Josei is a demographic. They are not genres. I'm so fucking tired of people calling shonen a genre. It like grinds my gears, man. You know what grinds my gears? people calling manga demographics genres. My music suddenly stopped. Sorry, guys. I was like, wait, why did it get quiet? It's because my music stopped. Well, see, you have to also have to consider, like, Webtoons is an insanely massive platform, right? So there are probably, like, there's probably, like, hundreds of thousands of people tagging them, like, in a week, right? So, like, how do they decide what gets liked or retweeted or whatever? Like, Global Comics, we are still a newer platform, right? So, like, we're just moving out of startup phase, right? So, like, we have, you know, plus, like, I watch the Twitter. Just in case you guys didn't know, like, I watch the Twitter. Like, that's my job, is to watch the Twitter during the day. And so, like, when I'm looking for stuff to retweet, you know, I'm like, okay, like, is this person active? Like, do they have, like, you know, like, what can I do to help people? Plus, I also have to be careful with, like, how often I retweet something, because I don't want to retweet too many things at once, because if I do, then it'll get buried. You know, so, like, yeah, by the way, I work for Global Comics. Hi, I'm Kat from the community team. How can I help you? Generally, hi, my name is, my name is Jackson. I keep forgetting that it's okay to say my name is Jackson now. So, like, hi, my name is Jackson. I'm on the Global Comics community team. I have been on the platform as a creator for about 5 years, and I've been a full-time staff member for 2 years. So I've been on the Global Comics platform as a creator for 5 years, and I've been on the staff for 2 years. So, nice to meet you. If you guys didn't know, now you know. You didn't know that? You didn't know I worked for Global Comics? Yeah, that was probably me. That was probably me. I don't manage the Twitter, like, by myself. Like, us as a team do it. But, like, my job during the day is to, like, watch socials. Now, here's the thing you always have to consider. Like, if I don't retweet you that day, like, maybe I just missed it. Or, like, maybe I have, like, another tweet going out that I have to be mindful of with the timing. Like, there may be a whole bunch of reasons why I may not tweet something. And that's the thing that I feel like a lot of creators get upset about. Is, like, they assume that not being tweeted means that, oh, like, they don't like my stuff. They don't care about me. They don't support me. Like, you don't know what that platform has going on. You don't know what that particular person who's doing the social media has going on. Maybe they just forgot to check, or maybe they missed it, or maybe it got buried in everything else. Like, that's why I say to, like, constantly do it. Like, don't be afraid to tag the platforms. Don't, like, figure out how can I optimize my posts to give me, like, the best shot at, like, getting engagement. And not just from the platform, but from, like, other people who use that platform. How can I use my hashtags properly? Is there something trending going on? Like, growing on social media is, like, more than just expecting to be retweeted, or more than hoping to be retweeted by, like, platform or by bigger people than you to reach a wider audience. You know, like, growing on social media is so complicated, right? So it's not necessarily as simple as, oh, they don't like my stuff. It's like, what is going on with the platform? Because like when we make announcements, I have to be really careful with like what I retweet and when I retweet, because I don't want to bury like our message that's about to go out, right? Or like, for example, on Mondays and Thursdays, on Mondays I have the popular last week, I put those feature articles together. On Thursdays I have the what's trending articles, I put those together. And on Fresh Fridays I have on Fridays I have the Fresh Friday articles that I also put together. I write the reviews for those. And so I always have to be mindful, okay, like I know this tweet is going out at this time, like I have to be sure that I give the tweets enough room to be seen and not get buried in the algorithm with my own tweets. Because, I mean, you don't want your tweets competing with your own tweets. That's not a good thing. That's not going to help you, right? There's also, how do you like track your promotion? Like, how do you track your comics, right? Like the marketing that you do. I'm not doing a lot of drawing today, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm talking too much. I hope this is at least like educational, like talk for you guys. Yeah, exactly. It's an art. It's an art. It's a skill like anything else that you guys, that we all have to learn. Here, I'm gonna leave the braids alone. I think they look fine as they are. I'm going to... That's funny. Like, I always find it amusing when people realize that I actually work for Global Comics. And they're like, oh my god, it's you! And I'm like, yeah, that's me. I've also had other people that knew my, my screen tone video, or they knew my line art video. Like, they knew those things, but they're like, oh my gosh, like, it's you! So... yeah. I haven't read his work in a really long time, but I definitely think that his tutorials are really helpful. So, I think it's Bradley's Ghost, I think? Brady's Ghost? My brain's escaping me the title specifically at the moment. It's been a while since I've read it, but I liked that one. And I feel like he has, I do subscribe to his YouTube channel. I think he has a lot of really good things to say, and I think people could benefit from reading his work, because he is, you know, an American mangaka that has reached some degree of success. My good friend Lee Newman, who, oh yeah, I know Lee, recommended me to you, as well as novelist Nikki No Strings to Victory Draws and her comics name. Yep, I know all of them. Novelist Nikki I've talked with recently on Twitter, or not on Twitter, on Discord, and she's super sweet. She's doing amazing. She's one of the top comics on our platform, to be completely honest with you. She's, actually, I think she's outperforming me. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure Nikki's outperforming me. Let's see. If we look at like the last year's worth of stats, I'm pretty sure she's outperforming me, which is great. Like, I want to see people outperforming me. Like, honestly, people outperforming me, because I've been like a top comic on the platform for a while. Yeah, Nikki is definitely beating me. So the top comics and manga for the last year are Entwined, Second Contact, Black Lotus, Inhabitants, No Strings, 9mm Girls, Backfire, Godsbane, and Hellfists. And this one way Turnabout Ticket. Those are the top 10 for the last year, like across the entire platform, and that's almost like 7,000 comics. You know, so like I'm number 8 right now, and it wouldn't hurt my feelings if I was knocked out of the top 10. I would actually be really happy if I was knocked out of the top 10, because then that means other people are joining, other people are performing well, people are growing. Like, that is only beneficial if I get knocked out of the top 10, top 12, whatever. Like, that's a good thing. Like, I want to see people beating me. Like, the more people that beat me, the better. So. I don't think I'm top in fantasy anymore either. I've been top in fantasy the last 2 years. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I'm number 3 in fantasy now. I'm number 3 or 4. Let me see. Let's see. I'm number 3. I don't think I'll be into 3 for very long. I think I'm pretty soon gonna get knocked down to number 4, which again doesn't hurt my feelings, because that means other people are growing. That means we're getting bigger as a platform, so that's a good thing. The more success we can bring our creators, the better. Am I mentoring a nation of artists? I don't know, maybe. I mean, I do create the tips and tricks article series, but I also do my best to try to, like, educate everyone that comes across my way if they want that. If they don't want that, that's fine. That doesn't hurt my feelings. I just want people to grow and reach their goals and be happy. That's really all I care about. Like, where I fall in that map doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't. Like, as far as, like, where my position is in the community, I mean, like, I don't want to be, like, the worst performing person, because then, like, what do I know? You know what I mean? But it doesn't, like, bother me if people perform better than me. It actually is really great, because then I can reach out to that person, you know, like, learn how and what they're doing, and then I can further share that with other people and help them grow. So that's why it's a good thing if people are outperforming me, because then that gives the opportunity, that gives the, you know, it gives me the opportunity to talk to that person, learn from them, and then pass that knowledge down on to other people so that they can grow too. For example, Mousy Lou, she's actually a really good example of this. I do what's called creator sit-downs with creators on Global Comics. And what that is we go over their analytics together and we talk about their promotion activities, or promotion habits, how do they promote their work, what might their demographics look like, that sort of thing. And we look at that together, just me and either the team or like one person representing the team, or like the one person if they do everything by themselves. We do that, and like I did that with Mousy Lou. And she, like, when I taught her about Reddit, she was, like, hesitant to work with Reddit. And she's like, okay, I'll try again. And she is so close to hitting 1 million views in a year. A year. Which is wild. We've already had a couple of creators, like, hit that milestone. And, like, have I reached that milestone? No. But I also have way less pages than all of the creators who have already hit it. Like, I'm only at 70 pages. Do I expect to have 1 million views with 70 pages? Hell no. Unless I'm, like, super famous or something. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, I can now reach out to those creators and learn from them. And then share that knowledge. If they're willing to share it with me, of course. And I think that's what being a community leader is about, is, like, enriching your community. Not just having the most views, or being the most liked, or having the most followers. You know, that's not what being a community leader is about. It's not outperforming everybody else. It's how are you helping the community become better, versus just focus on your own personal growth and having to be better than everybody else. Or like talking about how amazing you are, or how smart you are. Like, I never pretend that I know everything. I don't know everything. I don't know a lot of things. I don't know how to draw people that well. Like, that's a pretty core skill. But I'm not shy to sit here on stream and struggle in front of you guys. because, you know, I feel like pretending that I'm really good at it and like hiding behind something would be deceitful, and I don't want to be that way. Like, I want to like grow with you guys and be honest about me growing and stuff. Let's see. Mechs. I think I've only seen one other mecha. Oh, there's a lot of mecha. There actually, mecha's a theme, I believe. So here, I'll show you. I'll actually just give you the link. There's 4 mecha comics, and not all of them are tagged. So, I mean, we have the themes on the search for a reason. So if you look at the left-hand side, I mean, you could also probably just like type in mecha. There's, you know, tokusatsu, you know, comics and manga on the platform as well. Oh, I'm in fantasy, that's why there was only— I was gonna say, I thought we had way more than 4. It's because I was still in fantasy. So for mecha, we have 61 comics that have mecha in the title, and mecha can mean a lot of things. So here, I'll just link it to you so you can see like popular mecha. So like we have tons of mecha. There's 61 comics that have mecha as a tag. And that's comics, manga, webcomics, graphic novels, that's all of them. You know, so there's a ton of it. There's a ton of them. And that's what I'm here for. So, to help folks. That's literally my job. Sorry I'm not drawing to so much, guys. I'm really sorry. I've just been yammering the entire time. I'm sure that's really boring. Hopefully this has been like an educational thing also for you guys. Hopefully it's been entertaining. No, don't feel like you're distracting me. Like, that's what the streams are for. Is there for me to talk to you guys and get to know you guys. Like, that's literally what they're for. So don't feel bad about that at all, please. I'm bad at multitasking. I'm genuinely bad at multitasking. But I don't do these because I just want to get stuff done. I do these because, you know, these conversations are how I build connections with my audience. And heck, I learn from them too. So no, don't feel bad about it. I feel bad boring you guys because I just sit here and yammer sometimes and don't actually get any work done. Like, I feel like that makes me boring to watch, so sorry if that's frustrating to you guys. Makes me feel like a bad host. Mekamaru is a mecha character that literally was pushed to the plot right now in JJK. Mecha is still big. Definitely learning too much to complain about the art. You should definitely use their bits for your YouTube vids. I think the next big wave is going to be kaijus and mechas. One thing I'm really hoping to change in the public consciousness along with my fellow mechas are more about mechs and the characters. People that say that, well, I mean, yeah, that's fair. I don't like mecha because I don't like sci-fi. I don't like machinery, I don't like mecha. It's something I very, very, very rarely watch. Really the only like mecha series or anything that's like mecha-esque that I really like I love Outlaw Star. I don't know if that counts as mecha, but I do like Outlaw Star. And Evangelion. And I don't know if this one counts. Akira. I'm not a sci-fi person. I don't like mechs. I don't really like watching stuff about technology and machinery. Like, that's not stuff that I typically care about as a reader. But I do read it. I mean, like, that's part of my job as like the Global Comics, you know, community team is to read people's comics and to engage with them and to talk with them. So like, I read stuff that's outside my personal preference all the time. So that I can learn about it, and can say, hey, like, you want recommendations on X? Here's some recommendations. I don't like mecha. No, I don't. I don't like mecha. I don't like it. Like, that's just not a thing that I like. And that's okay. Like, I don't have to like mecha. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to feature it. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to support it. That doesn't mean that those creators are going to get destroyed and stick with me. So... I don't even know what Megas XLR is. Like, is that a character? I honestly have zero idea. Well, I think that's fair. That's fair though. Like that's important for people to know. Well, also, that's part of what I do with the Fresh Fridays as well, is I make sure to go read things that are outside my personal preference. Because, like, one, you don't know if you're gonna like it if you don't read it. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Like, if you don't read something, if you don't watch something, you don't know if you're gonna like it or not. So, like, that's like saying, oh, well, I hate bananas, but you've never eaten a banana before. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's just silly. So, you know, like I try to give everything at least one chapter or one episode and then see how I feel about it. And then if I don't like it, like if that doesn't grip me, if I'm not like excited to watch the next episode, then I don't watch the next episode. It's that simple. But I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm never gonna watch this because, oh, it's like, because it's actually like, it's about X. You know, one thing that's also kind of mecha-y, it's not mecha specifically, but it's mecha-esque, is Jack Iron Steel Cowboy. That is not normally something I would read. But it also has a lot of paranormal and supernatural stuff added into it, so I was willing to give it a try. And frankly, the art's fucking amazing. And I'm friends with the creator, so like, I read it and it was amazing and I love it, and so I bought all the books. Yeah, Jack Irons is amazing. I like Jack Irons. I have all of the books. But see, like, Jack Irons would normally be something I wouldn't read, you know, but I gave it a chance and I love it. It's a great series if you guys haven't checked it out yet. So I think it's always important for readers to check things that aren't like in their norm, especially for the love of God, if you're a shonen reader, please read some shoujo. Like, if you have to, find some action-based shoujo and go read that shit. Like, don't close something off just because it's not your normal demographic, or it's normal demographic, you know? Like, you might be missing out on some really cool stuff because you're being foolhardy. You know, like I try to live the advice I give. So let's see, I don't read stuff that have a lot of fan service. I fucking hate fan service. So I don't read that kind of stuff. But hey, if that's your thing, you know, go have fun, go live your life, king or queen, whatever, whoever's listening to this, kings, queens, doesn't matter. Kings, queens, and binary things. Or I think the proper one is guys, gals, and non-binary pals. I think that's the proper one. I forget, like, there's a lot of, like, non-binary people who are more sensitive to, like, being called things. I personally don't care. People can call me whatever they like. I like hot-blooded stories. Hot-blooded stories with its core belief of goodness and the humanity to triumph over evil. Partly why I like mecha tokusatsu. That makes sense. Reading all these different comics from everyone's been a joy. It hasn't really felt overwhelming. That's good, that's good. I don't like any kind of fan service. I don't like it. I'm just not a fan service person. It's something I care about. Hey, JB, what's up? How you doing? If something has too much fan service, I'll just give up on it. with very rare exceptions. I just don't like fan service. If like fan service is the point of the series, I'll just dip out, mate. It's not my thing. And like that's no shame to people who like fan service. Like I don't care. Again, I don't care what people read. I'll just dip out and be on my way and live my own truth. But if people like that stuff, I don't care. Like good for you. Like it doesn't hurt my feelings if you like that kind of stuff. People should be free to like what they like, you know what I mean? And not worry about whether people are gonna think because of what they like. Or don't like, for that matter. Like, I've had so many people that are like, oh, we just haven't found the right series yet, like, you know, like, someday you're gonna want to draw, like, you know, fan servicey stuff, and I'm like, are you sure? Maybe of my own characters. Like, I've never looked at a character and gone, damn, that's fucking sexy. Like, I've never done that before. Or like, damn, I want to draw that character fucking naked, or like in a sexual pose. I've never done that in my life. Now I'm guessing you're talking about people being horny. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's definitely what we're talking about. It's not something that I'm into, but like again, if people are into that, more power to you. I just don't like people telling me that like, oh, like, for example, like I've had times where people were like, oh, like you just don't like people expressing their sexuality, and I'm like, no, I'm all for it. That's just not my thing. Like, I'm not telling you like what's right or wrong if I say I don't like fan service. I'm saying that that's not my flavor, mate. That's literally all it means, is that's not my flavor. Yeah, exactly. I think it's fine. I think it's great to like find a way to express yourself. That is so fucking healthy, to find a way to express yourself, right? Like if that's what makes you happy and that's what gives you joy in your life, like do it. Do the thing. Like Julie, do the thing. If that's what gives you like happiness, just and it's not hurting anyone, like go for it. I don't give a fuck. Zero fucks given. Just like don't like get mad at other people if they aren't into like sexual stuff either. Like if like I'm not into, for example, I'm not into TNA, titties and ass. I'm not into that kind of stuff. And I've had people that are like, why aren't you supporting my Kickstarter? You know, I thought we were friends. And I'm like, I'm not into titties and ass, so I'm not gonna support your Kickstarter. I'm not gonna support like your Kickstarter just because we're friends. If I don't like your book, I'm not going to support you, and I don't expect you to do the same thing for me. Like, if you don't like my stuff, like, I'm not going to expect you or, like, get mad at you if you don't, like, back my stuff. Like, I'm eventually going to put out a Kickstarter, but, like, if you don't like my stuff, I don't expect you to support me. We can still be friends, though. Like, we can still be friends without us being forced to give money to each other. Because then it's just the same money exchanging hands. And then it gets really awkward if, like, we give each other different amounts. You know what I mean? Like, that gets really awkward. So, like, if you like my stuff, support me. If you don't, cool, we can still be friends. But I'm not gonna go out of my way to support someone just because we're friends. If I had $50 million in my bank account, that would be a different story. But, like, I have to watch out for me first. I'm not gonna put myself in a financial situation where I'm unable to pay my bills just because I want to be your friend and support you. So that's, like, the other reason. What is it, Babs? Did you have a nice nap? visit Miso. What? Yeah? Well, see, I'm not a sexual person. Like, I am aromantic and I'm asexual, okay? Like, I don't care about that stuff. That's not interesting to me. Like, if someone's flashing their ass in the swimsuit edition, like, that means nothing to me. Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Like, I don't, like, if there's a, like, conventionally hot guy, I feel nothing. Like, I don't look at that and go, damn, I want to tap that. That's just not something that ever crosses my mind. So, like, it's not necessarily that I don't like fan service. It's that it doesn't do anything for me, right? It's like I literally don't care about it. And also, like this, like, to be like, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I am an FAB person. Like, I was like assigned female at birth. I do have a large chest, and I hate seeing women that have big boobs and are only there to be big boobs. They have zero personality, they have zero skills, they're there to be saved, they are, like, nothing. I hate seeing it. Plus, like, the boob physics are never accurate. Yes, it is a fantasy. Yes, it is fan service. So yeah, it's not gonna be accurate. But I hate seeing, like, people who look like me, like, physically. I am so fucking tired of seeing us degraded into, like, horny, like, icons. Like just made to help horny people. And, like, whenever you look up anime art, that's all you see. So, like, it's really hard existing in this space as a creator that does have a large chest, who is also, like, a non-binary person seeking top surgery so that I don't have a chest anymore. So, like, I'm actively seeking to resolve the problem, but, like, it really sucks, like, existing in this space, like, in the manga and anime community, as someone that does have a really large chest, and seeing, like, my body type constantly objectified to be worth nothing. Like, people that look like me are worth nothing. We are nothing but, like TNA to Ogalat. It really sucks to be viewed as worth nothing except to be, like, an object. It sucks, you know? So that's why, for me, fan service is such, like, a hard no, because, like, those women that are ogled and worth nothing because they're there to be only eye candy, like, they look like me. So what does that say about, like, my worth to the people who like that kind of stuff? I'm worth nothing but eye candy. You know what I mean? Like, I know that's not true, but that's, like, that's how it feels in the space. That's why I never show what I look like. It's because I don't want people to, well, one, I have, like, dysphoria really fucking bad. So, like, I never watched I never read High School of the Dead, so I don't know anything about it. But, like, that's why, for me, like, I resist showing what I look like, because I'm extremely uncomfortable about it. I'm overweight, yes, but, like, even when I was a thin weight, like, when I was a healthy weight, I still had a large chest. So, like, losing weight isn't gonna make my chest go away. Like, this is something that I have to get top surgery for, or, like, or a reduction, either one. But, like, it sucks to see people who look like you be nothing but eye candy for your community. It sucks. Basically, like, people, like, my body type is nothing but fetishized. It's not respected. So, it really sucks. Which is why I don't do fan service. I will only do fan service to my own characters, and when I do that, it'll be done in a way that I feel comfortable with it being done. You know, if you notice, none of my characters have a really large, like, chest. There will be a character that does, but it'll be done in, like, a respectful way, like something that makes me feel comfortable. I'm not doing it for other people. Oh hell no! It is not a Japan thing. It is a society problem, because it exists in Western comics too. So no, it is not a Japan thing. It is a society thing. And, like, if that's what you like, more power to you. But, like, I don't know. It just bothers me the way that people like that are treated in comic. Like, characters, you know, like, they're treated that way. And then it makes me want to be like, okay, well, if you were to know what I actually look like, would you treat me that way too? Like, would you treat me that way as a human being? And I've had people treat me like that. I've had people treat me like that. And it's extremely uncomfortable. One, as a non-binary person with dysphoria, like, it makes me really uncomfortable. But that's why I don't show my face. Like, there are pictures of me out on the internet because, like, I work in community department, right? So, like, I'm going to be seen in person. That's just the reality of my situation. So, like, you know, people are gonna say what they say about me. I don't think I'm conventionally attractive, and I'm not saying that to like, oh, you look great, you look fine. I don't believe I am conventionally attractive. And like, it is what it is. Like, whatever. It doesn't break my heart to feel that way. Like, it is what it is. But like, it makes me like less willing to talk to people that I know are into the super horny stuff, because I'm afraid that they're gonna treat me like they treat that character. You know what I mean? Oh, it is what it is. No worries. I feel like his face is too long. Let's fix that. Let's merge these layers together, so that I can just edit it that way. So let's merge these together. Let's do edit, merge selected layers. That way this will be easier to edit, so. I feel like part of the problem is his face comes in too much. Okay, I have something on a different layer. What's this one? Oh, is that my whites? That's okay, that shouldn't be there in the first place then. Okay. Alright, so let's move this up first. He's got like mega chin here. He's got this huge chin, oh my gosh. Let's get that moved up. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem is his face is too inward. I mean, I'm not saying that like all people who are like super horny are like that, because that's not true. Like, if I were to say that, that's definitely not true. But like, it makes me afraid to like actually want to talk to people sometimes. That's all. Not everyone is that way, and I've met really good people who would never treat me that way. Or at least I don't think they would ever treat me that way. But like that is like a behavior prevalent in society, and it sucks that like I have to think about that. Like, I have to think, can I trust this person? You know? And then there are the people who like to treat me badly because I'm non-binary. Like, oh, that doesn't exist. Their genders don't exist. So... yeah, so it is what it is. And unfortunately, like, I can't force people to treat me a certain way. So you just have to learn to work with it. Learn to roll with it. Whoops. Ah! I messed that up. Wrong button! What's that thing from Impersonate Groove? Pull the lever, Krunk! Wrong lever! That's what that made me think of. What layer is this? I think it's this one. Yay. Now I gotta fix this. Oh, that's also the wrong layer. Actually, I think an easier way to fix this would be doing this. Oh, excuse me, sorry. And then I'll throw in the white spots later by erasing stuff. So let me get his, let's see, eye is here. This will be here. This is probably too thick. This is a little too... Let me zoom out a bit. I think I'm zoomed too far in. It's easier to get too zoomed into your work and start what I call noodling. Which means you're just adding random lines that don't actually do anything. I'm actually just erase this and I'll do this part over. Now it feels like this is too low. Or it's too high, I mean. Okay, sorry, I gotta read a lot of that. One sec. Don't erase Gigachin. No, girls can't fetishise him. A great example where fan service is useful for the plot is Cowboy Bebop and Black Lagoon. Emperor's New Groove, yeah. But yeah, fan service when the characters are characters. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can have both. It is definitely possible to have fan service and characters that are, like, are relevant. Like, have the fan service, like, be relevant to the plot. Like, that definitely exists. Let's see. Dark character, let's see. Our first dark viewers are called War Games. This is Mr. Friendly Competition. But the human leader, Crispin, houses commanding a post, like, character Fred House. Socially, he's a bit of a simp, it's up to the girls. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely possible that it can exist. You know, like, as long, like, if the character is, like, complex and, like, they actually contribute to something, that's completely different. Like, that's a completely different thing. Like, my issue is when, like, that's all they exist for. And again, like, I don't care if creators do that. If that's what they want to do, like, they can do that. But, like, they shouldn't be upset if someone says, oh, like, I don't want to read that because X. like, they have zero right to complain if, like, someone doesn't want to read that. If they don't want to read that, then that person should have the right to say, oh, I don't want to read that. I feel like this doesn't look like Aros. Maybe it's because I'm used to him having this on his face. I'm not used to his face looking like this. I think I'm just getting used to him still. Oh, I think it's also partly this too. I think this is what's throwing me off. This should be up higher. Oh, fuck. There we go. That looks a lot better. I think his cheek there. Oh yeah, that's way better. I think his cheek just wasn't. It was a little too out there. I think it's also just important to like just respect what people like. You know, like I don't think it's like that difficult of like a topic. Like Aros here, he is a sexual person, okay? Like he is a very sexually charged character. So like it's not that I have anything against sexually charged characters. I have nothing against that whatsoever. He is one of those characters. He loves people. He loves people. He loves having fun with people. He loves getting, you know, freaky with people. That's just his character. It's like I have them too, you know, but that's his character. Like it's also like not necessarily part of the story that I focus on. There's a part where that becomes important information that he's that kind of person. But like it's not what he's about. It's not the plot that, oh, like he's this manho. He is a manho though. Oh shoot, should be going the other way. I've heard a lot about that manga. I haven't read it yet though. I've heard a lot of things about it. I have so much stuff on my to-read list. It's redonkulous, honestly. Alright, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Take it easy. Hope you had fun. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I've heard good things about it. I mean, it looks typically shonen, so I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I'll give it a try. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Mangaka do that with each other all the time. Like Kishimoto and Toriyama do it all the time. They reference each other. Sometimes as a joke, Sometimes it's like a intentional thing. Sometimes it's unintentional. Like that's gonna happen. Like you're never gonna have like 100% original ideas. If it's like intentional though, it might be a little weird. It kind of depends on like how exact you make it. Like how like rippy offy are you trying to be? I've never read Devilman, so I don't know. You guys seriously overestimate the amount of manga that I've read. I don't read a lot of like yeah, you guys seriously overestimate how much manga I've actually read. Like all the way through. I'm extremely picky about what I read. I'm not even past volume 1, Devilman. Like, I'm assuming you mean Devilman Crybaby. I didn't even get past the first volume, so I'm not a super prolific reader because I have too much work to do. I appreciate y'all's faith and confidence in me, though. I think you're giving me too much credit. You guys are giving me way too much credit. Honestly, I don't really like shonen that much, to be completely honest with you. I am not a shonen reader. I am a seinen reader. I used to read a lot of shonen, but I feel like I've kind of outgrown it. I'm a different person now. I have different interests, so I'm not as much of a shonen reader as I used to be. It takes a lot for me to really get into a shonen now. Oh my gosh, I have too many layers now. I need to start merging shit again. Oh, is it? You think that's why everyone mainstream has issues looking for more serious manga? Is that a question or is that a statement? That's absolutely not true. That is abso-fucking-lutely not true. Not true at all. No. A lot of... So, the problem is a lot of manga that's available for English is shonen. There's not a lot of stuff that gets translated and brought over here because what they know works is shonen, mostly. But there is an assload of shoujo and seinen work that just doesn't get translated here. So the problem is that people think that shonen is the mainstream. That is absolutely not true. There are absolutely insane levels of other magazines in Japan. Like, there are shoujo and seinen magazines out the ass in Japan. So no, shonen is not mainstream. The problem is that's what people think is mainstream because that's all that gets translated. If you were to actually, like, go to Japan and look at all the big stuff like Shueisha, which is arguably like one of the biggest manga publishers in the world, if not the biggest manga publisher in the world, has so many different magazines. So many different magazines. If you count mainstream as like only what sells well, only what is popular, then yeah, I guess you could technically count that as mainstream. But there is a ton of shoujo that does insanely well in Japan. There's a ton of seinen that does insanely well in Japan. It just doesn't get translated over here because they think there's no market for it here. So I definitely don't agree with that statement at all. But that's the thing, is you guys are only looking at what you know, like what manga and anime you guys have heard of, what you know of. Like, you're only looking at like the American version. Maybe that's what you guys meant, but like in general, no, shonen is not mainstream. Shonen is one demographic. Okay, then yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, if you're looking at it in America, then yeah, like shonen. But the problem is there's a lot of really good shoujo anime or manga that is in English. The problem is that they don't get promoted as much because they assume, like the marketers and publishers assume that it's not going to do that well, so they don't promote it that much. But then it does really badly, like. You know, so like, because the Japanese market and the American market are different markets. They are different demographics and they are different psychographics, naturally. So like, of course, the stuff that, like, it's zero surprise to me that in the US, stuff that's fighting and battle and adventure does really well here because of our culture, at least in America. Like, I mean, look at us. We're like, pride, America, freedom, eagle screeching. Like, that's like supposedly what we're all about. But is every American that way? Hell no. That's not the stuff that I care about. So like, I care about like struggle and growth and survival and like, you know, like the psychological aspects of being a human being. And in America, that's stigmatized. You don't talk about mental health. You don't talk about your feelings. You don't talk about that stuff here. Like if you write about that, like that's considered boring in stories. Like, look at how many, like, Western comics people complain that Western comics now has characters in comics that talk about feelings and mental health and sexuality. They talk about real modern, like, issues in society, and people hate it. Oh, my comics aren't political. Comics, and I get politics out of my comics. Get all this woke crap out of my comics. And it's like, that's what society is today. Like, comics have always been political. Comics have always been about those things. You know? Like literally early Captain America was punching Hitler in the face. Like, fighting Nazis. Like, that literally, there are so many comics that exist about that stuff. So, like, that's propaganda. That is propaganda. So, like, comics have always been that way. But the problem is that's so stigmatized here in the States and in our media. Because escapism, and that's everywhere, honestly. Like, escapism is everywhere, but like, I don't know, not everyone's into that. So, but I feel like the majority of people are into that, and so like what they read about is like the hero beating the bad guy. Like, I mean, just look at our writing style, right? So like in the U.S., the Western world in general, you have a fight, you have a conflict, you have two opposing forces. In Eastern culture, especially with Kishoten kits, it doesn't need a conflict. That's the basic story structure in manga, Kishoten kits, and it doesn't need a conflict to have a solid story beginning, middle, and end. You know, it's also a 4-part structure versus a 3-part structure. So it's a completely different story format than the West. Like in the West, we're obsessed with having the bad guy and the righteous guy. So that's why those types of stories do really well here. I mean, think about it. Think about all the stories that you read. How many of them have a very clear bad guy and a very clear good guy? And then think about how many stories that don't have a clear bad guy, don't have a clear good guy, and do really well. I mean, think about it. In Japan, that's really common to have those types of stories. Because Kishoten Ketsu isn't about conflict. It's not about opposing force. Can it have that? Sure can. But that's not, like, it's not dependent, like, Kishoten Ketsu isn't dependent on a conflict. So, which will be a future video that I talk about. So yeah, it's like, even our story structure is different. Even the way we engage with people is different. So like, when someone is talking in the West, we're usually forming our thoughts before they finish, right? In Japan, that's considered extremely rude. You listen, and then when they're done, you pause, think, collect your thoughts, and then respond. That's called ma. That was in the video that I posted today. The Think Like a Mangaka version video that I posted today. It's the same concept. Like in the West, people are clamoring to talk over each other. Does that make sense? Like, our cultures are completely different. So it makes perfect sense that stuff that does really well here won't do well in Japan, or stuff that doesn't do well in Japan may do well here. Just societal and cultural differences. That's demographics and psychographics. Yes, oh my gosh, thank you. Exactly. I've seen so many people like crapping on Vinland Saga because, oh, he entered his Farmville era. Oh, it's so boring. And I'm like, no, this is great. This is like such a nice change of pace. Awesome. Exactly, yeah. Basically, you summarized it like way better than I could. Amy, like, you summarized it way better than me. Alright, I'm gonna flip this back, and I'm going to try to get this done. feel like these are in the wrong place. And they're too large. Yeah, people are weird like that. And I mean, like, Godsbane is not a happy story, so I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot of people who don't like Godsbane. And you know, that's okay. It doesn't hurt my feelings if people don't like Godsbane. Like, I mean, maybe it'll be a slow burn. Maybe. But if people don't like it, that's okay. It's not gonna hurt my feelings any. I always forget about interrobangs. I always forget like which one it is. Okay, I was right. It is question mark first for interrobangs. I forget sometimes. If you guys don't know what an interrobang is when you have a question mark and then an exclamation mark. Think about like interrogates, like asking a question. Bang is like a loudness. Interrobang. So typically the question mark comes first and then the exclamation mark. That way it's framed as like a question. Nah, I'm not gonna. I'm only gonna do really, really light. Like, I'm gonna do rim lighting only. I was thinking about it, and I'm like, the more light I add, the more, like, the less I like it. So I'll only do rim light. Keep it simple. I heard that was gonna be part of the general key we have today. But when they were making the typewriter, they ran out of space. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I think part of it is a lot of people don't understand lettering to any capacity. You know, and it also depends on, like, what syntax you're using, you know. Misa, can you come up here? There you go, Babs. There you go. Just sit in your spot. Yeah. Misa, I'm right here, baby. There we go. So you don't need both my hands, Babs. I'm playing the complete discography from Adrian Von Ziegler. I actually purchased his album from his Bandcamp, and that gives me permission to stream with it. As far as I'm aware, as long as I read the license correctly. I've been using his music for years and I've never had a problem. Miso, I'm right here, baby. No, not necessarily. It depends on that person's requirements. That's why in my description, I provide, like, I say, oh, like, I bought it, like, I purchased from his Bandcamp, blah, blah, blah. And I consistently, like, make sure I go and check his terms. Basically, you have to follow the terms of whatever that creator says. And, you know, like, before he used to let anyone just use his music. And now he's like, oh, I would really prefer it if you buy my album first. And then, you know, make sure you credit me, blah, 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 blah. So, like, what his asks are is what I do. So it's really that simple. You just look at what their requirements are and you do them. You know? Miso. You're being very clingy today. I'm sorry, honey. I'm gonna have to move my arm from time to time. Miso, I'm right here. Okay. You're gonna be grouchy now, Miso? I'm just trying like different things to see what I like the most. Wrong way. Never meant to alter, then delete. Okay, we'll turn that off so I can move this around. Ooh, I like that. That panel took way too long, y'all. I don't think I need this now. I think this is kind of redundant. This is inner thought, so I probably will use a different text for this. This is an inner dialogue, so maybe I'll use something else for like inner dialogue. No, let me turn the bold off. I might get rid of some more of these white lines. I think we're getting really close though. Nope, it's auto-saving. Sorry guys, 1 second. Alright, here we go. I think Augie will be a good inner thought font here. Augie's a classic. Manga Master's a good one too. I think I'll stick with this one just because it's so different. And I like the angular nature of it, so it's pretty different from the other ones that I already use. This one needs to be changed as well to Manga Master. Take the bold off. Excuse you, Miso. Goodness gracious. That was Miso sighing. Yeah. She's like, don't blame that shit on me. It was you, though. Alright, I'm gonna manually throw in some white lines here to be like, you know, like the wind. Miso, Nanda. Actually, let me try instead. Let's put in a textural background instead. What effects do I have here? Let's do gradients. Magic maybe? Whoa, let's try this. Wait, let's do... oh, shoot. That's not what I wanted. Oh, that's because it's not placed in the right spot. Oh, there it is. Nah, I don't like that. What about some... come on, son, go away. Oh, that's not the one I meant to drag in. I meant this one. Do I like the idea of this? No. Let's look at some of the hatching ones. Let's try flipping the color so that it's white. And then... actually, let's do this real quick. Come on. There we go. Duplicate this. And then bring this one in. Set it to white. What is it, Misa? What? What? You want hugs? Okay, you can have hugs. You've been a very patient girl today. So now to offset this, you see how like the word "a cold" is a little bit harder to see. So, let's grab this and we'll put a border around it. So we're gonna go to stroke. Honey, no. Okay. You can't sit on the lap. You can't sit on the tablet, silly. No, silly goober. You can't sit on it because then I can't draw. Yeah. Silly cat. Silly kitty. Sorry I got quiet there, guys. I just got like super crazy focused there for a little bit.
On your feet, you lazy mongrels.
Oh, did I finally scare everybody off? Good, I'm glad that you can get some work done despite me yapping so much. That's good, I'm glad. I feel like sometimes I talk too much and sometimes I don't talk enough. So I'm glad that, you know, you can actually get work done while you're sitting here with me. I'm not good at lettering, you guys. Just kind of figuring out like what type of look I might want. So I'm kind of playing around right now with a couple different like setups here. Right, now I'll manually throw in hue right here. Hey, Ayame-chan, what's up? You're writing your one shot? Nice. I need to finish my outline as well. U's are probably the hardest thing for me to write. Hey Babs. Are you hungry, Miso? Is it break time? I'll be right there, Babs. Give me one sec. Actually, let me completely erase these and I'll redraw them. Alright, where's my mapping pen? Yes, Miso. I know. Let me finish this bit right. Yes, Miso. Yes, I know. Are you hungry? Or give me one sec, Babs. Let me finish this lettering and then I'll be right there. Okay. Yeah, she's very Mama, Mom. She's very Stewie right now. You know, like Stewie from like Family Guy. Mom, Mama. See? I'm right here, baby. I'm right here. I'll feed you. I promise. What? What? So dramatic. I'll be right back. I'm gonna give me some food. Be right back. Have a gander at my beautiful kitty. Will I be right back? Be right back. Oh my gosh, you guys. I spilled her food all over the floor. It was so gross. She has soft food and hard food, right? So, like, I opened her can of, like, wet food. So I have to go into the kitchen to grab her food. So, like, I go in the kitchen and I grab her food. And I open it. And as I go to turn around to walk over towards her bowl, she's under my feet. And as cats tend to do, and I spilled her food all over my wooden floors. So I had to clean it up. Sorry. Ugh. It was so gross. So gross. Did you enjoy your dinner that I initially spilled all over the floor and then had to get you a new can? Ugh. It was literally, it's like what made it worse is it was one of those like gravy ones. So it was literally like gravy and wet cat food all over my floor. It was so nasty. Okay, anyway, are you guys still here? Sorry, I was gone for a little bit. Just because I have like wooden floors, I wanted to be sure I cleaned it up right away. Alright, let me thicken the black lines. Yeah, it was so gross. It was so nasty. So I just made sure to clean it up right away. Miso, my gosh, what? I just fed you. Yeah? What? Yeah. No, honey, you can't get in my lap. There you go. Yeah, it was quite gross. Oof. Oh, so gross. I can't imagine the cat owner's worst fear when they step into something wet. It's like usually one of two things, or it could be three things, right? Either someone went outside the litter box, or it's puke, or it's a hairball. It's like one of those three things usually. It's Miso's really good. She doesn't really get hairballs. Am I actually Songo? No. I wish I was that cool. Just my cat and I are really, really close. She likes cuddling up with me at night, and she's very like chittery, like. So Miso and I are just close. That's all. I've had Miso since she was 6 months old, so we're just close. Actually, I'm gonna do a few more lines here. Actually, I'm gonna try something. Nah, that looks boring. Okay, I think this is fine. You think so? You think she looks like Kilala? I actually have a Kilala doll here somewhere. Maybe. I think I have it. I'm not sure. I might have gotten rid of it. I'm pretty sure I gave it to a kid, so I'd have to see. I don't honestly remember. I used to have a, if I don't, I used to have a Kilala doll. She's very cute. She's very fluffy. I'm actually gonna take this. I'm gonna make the black outline thicker. Yeah. And then, underneath it, I'll, like, add some more. You hear that, Miso? They think you look like Kilala. Actually, I'm gonna make those eyes solid just so that they stand out more. I need to stop working on this panel. Like, I need to move on from it. Okay, I need one more layer here, and then I can move on. When you finish working on your manga, do you play around with the 3D preview version? I actually have never been able to get it to load. Every single time I've tried to get it to load, it never loads for me. I don't know if it's because I have too many layers, but like it never ever loads for me. Like I can sit there and like I had one time I let it sit for 8 hours and it didn't render it out. So like I've tried to do that, but it's never worked for me. Well, I don't work in a single page. I work in 2-page spreads. So, for a 2-page spread, usually like 200 to 300 layers is pretty normal. But that's like, I try to merge them as I go. But that includes like my screen tones, that includes my white layer fixes, that includes my dialogue, that includes my like all my lettering and my bubbles, you know, my sketches. I leave my sketches in, like all my draft layers I leave in. So like with between everything, like once I'm done with a page, it's easy to have 200 to 300 layers on a 2-page spread. So I'd say about an average of like 100 to 150 layers per page, depending on how many panels I have. I'm trying to be better about like having my line art all like on one layer or as like as few layers as possible. But like in general, I'm not very good at keeping things like my line art down to like 1 or 2 layers. I'm just not good at it, unfortunately. Not really. It really isn't. I mean, if you think about it, you have like, okay, well let's look at this seriously. Let's say you have 5 let's say an average page has 4 panels, right? So let's say you have your liner, there's 4 layers. You have your flats. Let's say you're insane, you do all of your flats on 1 layer, all your white flats on 1 layer. So now you have 8 layers and you only have 2 things. You have your line art and your white. Right there you already have, and you have 4 panels per page, right there you already have 8 layers. You know, so like, it's really, like, you're already at 1/10 of 100, and you only have 2 layers per panel. So, no, it's really not. You know, and then you have your lettering. Let's say you have, you know, let's say you have 1 bubble each, let's say you have 1 bubble each, and you have 1 sound effect each. So right there you have another 8. So now you're at 16, and you know, all you have is lines, whites, and sound effects, and bubbles. And you're already at 16 layers. Okay, let's add screen tones. Unfortunately, like unless you do your screen tones on the very, very top, then you need at least 1 screen tone layer per panel, and each screen tone is its own layer. And then if you have any gradients, each gradient has to be its own layer. And then if you do like backgrounds, like your background has to have a line art layer, your background has to have white layers, your background has to have black fill layers. Like, do you see how it can add up really, really quickly? It's really not that surprising that you can easily get up to like 100 layers in 1 page. It's really not that surprising. Maybe it's just me, like, I don't draw, like, everything on 1 layer. I just don't. Because I want to be able to edit things. It makes it easier to edit things later on down the road if I need to. Yeah, I used to be completely traditional. I can draw really, really well traditionally, you know, but for manga specifically, I'd rather work digitally because 1, I don't have the room to store that much paper. Like, I just don't. Plus, I don't live near a Kinokuniya where I can easily go get deleter screen tones, which cost out the ass to import. And you need a lot of them. And guess what? Your screen tone that you need is out. Oh, too bad. You're gonna have to wait for it to ship. Oh, they don't make that one anymore? Too bad. You're gonna have to find something else. You know, like, now you have to wait for it to come in, and your update's gonna be late. Oh, what if you're on a deadline? You're fucked. So, like, I don't work traditionally anymore. There's just too many downsides to working traditionally as far as, like, for manga specifically. For me. Supplies, maybe. And if I had the room to store things, maybe. But I don't have the room to store things. I live in a... I live in a 60 square meter apartment with a basically 280 square foot apartment. That's it. That's tiny. Oh, sorry, that was my water bottle. I just don't have space for that stuff. my kitchen, my office, and my bedroom, and my living room are all one room. It's all one room. The only doors in my apartment are to the laundry room, which is a really tiny, like, stacked washer dryer. So it like has its own room because it's really loud. So the only doors I really have are the laundry room, and the bathroom, and then the door that goes outside. That's the only doors in my apartment. Other than, okay, I do have a closet. I actually have two closets. I have a closet for the water heater. I have a closet for, like, my dresser. And then I have the bathroom door. And then the, laundry closet. Other than that, it's all one room. So, no, I don't think it's that unusual to go over that many layers. Alright, so we're gonna do bamboo now. Alright, so the bamboo, okay, is she on the, she's on the left side, so the bamboo would technically go the opposite direction. Alright, let's do a bamboo brush. Okay, I'm gonna put these on a separate layer for now, and then I'll merge them in a minute. Oh, I meant to make this black on black. Actually, let me just delete these. I just realized that didn't go all the way down. Hey, Nuke, what's up? Sorry I didn't see you. How you doing? Let's see. Screen tone. That's why I just figured out it's probably why they scan it and do tones. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, screen tones are easier to edit, but there's a lot of mangaka that still do them traditionally. I was going to debate you about those layers, but the previewer, try merging all your layers. Oh yeah, I could. I just haven't done that. But yeah, you're right. I could definitely do that, and that probably would solve the problem. Now I'm going to take these, I'm gonna merge them, and then I'll screen tone them. That is not set to multiply. Oh, it's the layer. It needs to be set to through. Working on your dragon course? Nice. Over your weekend? Yeah, good idea, good idea. Get it done while you can. Okay, I'm going to temporarily turn this down, and I'm going to take out some of this that I know I'm not going to need. Alright, let's do all the crazy stuff, y'all. Alright, we're gonna do the gate next. So I can get this put into place. Alright, I'm gonna grab a previous page here. Or the previous panel, sorry. I'm gonna grab a screenshot. Actually, I think I have a screenshot already. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna open a screenshot that I have of the gate there, so I can use it as a reference. Oh, did I not grab a finished version of it? I don't think I did. Oh, I didn't grab it. Huh. Okay, let me grab one really quick, guys. Let me grab a screenshot here. File open. Screenshots all the way down to the bottom. Alright, bye Damie. Take it easy. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. What I probably would do, Soul, is I probably would, yeah, just copy it and then, like, make a copy of the entire manga and then, like, merge everything down. Definitely, probably, most likely. I'm gonna grab a hatching brush for this one so that I don't have to do so much work. Add a texture here so that it looks like straw. Alright, I'm gonna make it bigger. Alright, I'll add a little bit of shading on this just to show that it's... just remember that if you do that, then export the whole thing as a PDF. Oh yeah, that's true, yep, yep. I didn't even think about exporting it as a PDF. That's a good idea. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, that would work. Yeah, we'll definitely have to do that at some point and just like see how everything looks. I just can't wait to, like for the day that like I actually get like Godsbane printed. That'll be a good day. To be honest, like I do have concerns that like it's not gonna get funded if I do like a crowdfunding. Like I do have those fears. 'Cause that would kind of suck. You know. I've seen it happen enough times, and like I know like by like really big people who like didn't get their stuff funded. So like it makes me nervous sometimes. Actually, let me try this again. I don't think this is quite right. Okay, I'm not doing something right. Okay. I need to step back for a minute and figure out what is going on here. Let me turn on the 3D model that I used for sketching real quick, if I still have it. Okay, so let me do that then, because I've got my guide right here. My first instincts were right. I don't know why I didn't go with them. It could happen, but it's just a learning curve and you got more exposure out of it. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Every time, like, you fail something, like, you can learn from it and, like, do better the next time. So... Sometimes I feel like there's more pressure on me to do well because of my, you know, because of my job. So... Like if I fail, then, like, people may question, like, do I know what I'm talking about? I do feel that pressure sometimes. And that's more of like a personal shortcoming, rather than like like society pressuring me. It's just sometimes I feel like I have to do really well, like I have to perform well because of the nature of my work. Hi, Miso. What, baby? What, Miso? Getting there. Hi, Miso. Did I jump scare you? Yeah. Squish, 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 squish. I think I jump scared my cat. I don't want to do too much because I am gonna tone this, so I don't want it to be too detailed. Alright, so I'm gonna merge those two together. Alright, so this is the top of the gate. Hero Forge finally added feathered raptor tails. Oh, that's so cool! Are you gonna get it printed now? Alright, let's make a new layer. Ah, my legs. There we go. Okay, these are round now. These are cylindrical. So let's do... Yeah, I've not actually kept up with them, so I wasn't sure like what new stuff they had. Right now, this is round. So this hole will be round. with this, I can have... This needs to be moved over a teeny bit. I mean, this is gonna be wood anyway, so it's not gonna make that big a difference. That's really awesome. Oh yeah, I remember. I've seen the first one. Nuke does, yeah. Alright, let's get a wood texture here, and I need to also wrap it. Let's see. That would be in my hatching. Oh, gosh. Oh, it is set to multiply. Oh, it's because this isn't set to multiply. Not through. Yeah, I can't model with a dam. I also think it's really cool. Like, people who can model are really neat. I struggle to think in a 3D space. I think that's why I struggle with drawing people so much, is I struggle to think in 3D. Which is, you know, a skill I need to work on. Don't get me started on the particle system. Fine, I won't. I need Kraus in here to tell me if my woodworking looks half decent. He'd probably say it looks bad just because he could. Oh, I don't know why I just did that. I'm not gonna need this in here. I don't know why I just did that. This one's some anxiety-inducing music. Actually, I'm just gonna make this black. I'm gonna simplify some things here. And then when I'm done, I can just throw in some whites to give it the proper shape that it should have. I'm gonna merge these so far. Merge. Okay. Alright, so now I'm gonna go in with an art layer here. Maybe. Alright, we're gonna do... I pray for your soul, may there be something left when you're done. Yeah, it's a lot of work doing 3D stuff. I would rather like just pay someone else to like model my characters for me, because there's no way in hell I could do it. Select, shrink selected area. I'm gonna do it by 1. And we'll do Control C, Control V. There we go. Get it a little bit cleaner. Yeah, cleaner line art. Hell yeah. Alright, so we'll do a mask, and we'll cut out what I don't want. Ouch. Just put that on a different layer. you, Dustin. I'm definitely overdoing it, but you know what? F it. Whatever. Hi, Miso. Miso. Are you all done? You want down? Did you have a nice nap? Did you have a nice nap? Yeah. Alright, I'll put you down. There you go. I don't really know why I'm detailing it so much, because it's just gonna get hidden. Like, it's gonna be in tone, so I don't know why I'm detailing it so much. Miso, honey, stop. Yes, I know, Miso. I've not had dinner yet. Yes, I know. Is this just one of those panels I want to look nice? I'm gonna draw this in red just so I can see it better. Actually, oof, I don't know if that was a good choice. Let me turn this red into blue. So that way it's not competing for my attention. And then this layer I will draw with red so I can see it better. Alright. There is a string here. This would need to be up higher for that to work. I'm gonna keep it simple. Don't overdo it. I don't really have the brain cells for that anymore. This would have to be a lot longer then, wouldn't it? Just to look uneven, like it's kind of old and worn and make the string look kind of worn and frayed a bit. Alright, now I'm gonna make this monochrome and then draw underneath it. Seal it off. How you doing, Dustin? What are you up to? Just finished cleaning up a bit of the mess I made earlier cooking until you were streaming. Yeah, I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours now. I might stop streaming so I can go make myself some dinner, but I don't know. I've just been kind of vibing. I think I overdid it. Do you guys think I overdid it? It's okay to say yes. I'm gonna leave that for a little bit. I'm going to get Rin drawn in here really quick. Rin's gonna be mostly just silhouette, so I'm not super worried about it. It should be smaller than this too, technically. Yeah, I'm trying not to feel bad about detailing things. But I do feel bad about this. I feel like it's way too much. Yeah. Well, and every gate's gonna be a little different. Like for example, this one has a lot of water themes just due to the nature of the village itself. So every village is gonna have like slightly different designs on this one. Even like this one, it's gonna have like the shell down here and then like water up here. And if you notice, the design that's here is the same one that's on Aros's pants. It's the same design. That's why he wears it. It's his village. That's also why I think he like just naturally was water inclined. Farouk itself is very island heavy. Like it has like it's mostly like a fishing village. And like lots of like patties, like wet rice patties. Hmm. Now let's clean this up a little bit. Son of a biscuit. Nah, I'm not gonna. I don't think I need those like whites in there. Let me throw this on and then I'll add them as I think I need them. Little classic white dots for eyes. I don't think I need the hand here, to be honest. Very. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Eduardo. I could probably get away with even less if I really wanted. It was fine before I messed it up. No, not really, and that's why I'm kind of trying to figure out, like, how extreme do I want this? Because I don't want it to feel comical at all. That's definitely not the vibe. Yeah, I thought about that after you guys said it. I'm like, it's probably the heh. Because I have this here. Let me turn the bubble up. Make the bow a little bit bigger. Thanks for the feedback. Alright, we're getting ready to add in the tones, and hopefully that'll complete the look. Almost done with this page, guys. Almost done. The tones are really good at make or break this. Hopefully I've set up my layers correctly. Almost there. We gotta throw in some lighting for dramatic effect. I don't like that. We're getting closer. I might have to go away and customize the tone myself, which is fine. I can start it and then finish it myself. Or I might just need multiple tones, which is possible. Alright, take it easy. Have a good night. Yeah, thank you for streaming with me. I appreciate it. I know it's a long stream. I don't expect people to stay for the whole thing. Have a good night. Oh, these shouldn't be in the Aros folder. These should be in their own folder here. Alright, anyone still with me? I see we're down to 1 viewer, and if that's it for the day, I'll probably head off and go make myself some dinner, and then finish this on my own, unless anyone is still here and I can stream for them. It is pretty late here, it's 11 o'clock, so I figure I'll check in. Thank you all for being here still, whoever may still maybe also be here. Might just be a good time for me to stop anyway. It has been 6 hours. I'm gonna make sure I take care of myself. And give it a few minutes for the lag to catch up. No, it's all good, Dustin. No worries. I haven't had dinner yet. I started streaming 6 hours ago, so that would have been 5 o'clock, and I haven't had dinner yet. So I'll probably go ahead and go make dinner really quick. And then finish drawing. So thank you for hanging out with me. I definitely appreciate it. We got a lot done today. So since you were late, basically what I did today is I worked on this panel, and then this one. I'll probably mess around with the tones a little bit in this one. And then I am almost done with this one. So pretty happy with it. But I still have some editing to do. I'll probably just have some like edits in general to do here. Like I have to finish the birds here so that they don't look like pasted on, because they kind of do look pasted on. So I gotta finish that. And then I already saw later, or I saw earlier, that there's like another bird down here that I didn't finish. So there's another bird in here somewhere. So yeah, I still have a little bit to do on this page, but we're getting there. So thank you for coming. I definitely appreciate it. Alright guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. So take it easy, have a wonderful night, and I will see you guys. I will not see you guys tomorrow because I have Japanese class. So I will see you guys on Tuesday night for my next stream. I hope you guys all enjoyed the video that I posted earlier today. And until then, or until the next time I see you, ciao!